Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get the news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more than to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every ink man, like my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah. Rastafari, Kilibamba, 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 Kilibamba. What you want? Yes, what you got? Yes, what you got?
Right in the South Bend. On the beat.
On the phone to get your information. On the phone to be part of the Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening more than to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every ink man, like my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 Kilibamba. What you want? Yes, what you got? Yes, what you got? Get your information. Smooth, Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you just spoon you and know. The trade preparing for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Morocco, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Panjama, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Every ink and congratulate my brother to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? It's my body. It's my body.
Okay. It's another beautiful day in Monrovia. It's a great way to start or to welcome you to another edition of the program. This is Spoon Talk. This is where you get the news. This is where you get the update, the analysis. This is where you get to hear Liberians speak. This is where you get to hear it from the house's mouth. The views of the policymaker, what they are doing, what their workings are. Everything in one full package here coming your way every single day on the program Spoon Talk. I'd like to welcome you today's edition of the program. Is going to be very informative, very engaging, as always. So I'd like to welcome all of you tonight. My name is Nelson Colette. We are live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5 tonight. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1. And thanks to our partner radio stations across the country that are making it possible for Liberians across the country to get the information in real time. We're live by means of relay on several radio stations across the country. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County, Premium FM in Bong, Trend Radio is in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman is all the way there in Seclipi, Nimba County. We're live, or we are being relayed sometimes on Gibi FM in Kakatama, Gibi County. So we want to say thanks to all of you who are joining us tonight. This is Liberia's #1 talk show on radio and online. So to all of you joining us by means of social media, I want to say thank you for coming on as well. We are live on Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV, Super TV, and also on YouTube. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. So thanks for joining us tonight. I see a lot of you have already started engaging in the comment section. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comment section, as that place is a whole community all by itself. I want to say thanks to all of you for joining us tonight. Yes, I see Alfred Droda. Thank you for joining us. Please share the program as you come on tonight. Elizabeth Kiatamba, Lauren Spencer, share the program as you join us tonight. Sarah Johnson is joining us. Theo White from California. Thanks to all of you coming on tonight. Philip Bala, Mr. Bala, thank you for joining us tonight as well. I see Per Kimber is here tonight. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. Thanks to all of you for coming on. Just keep sharing the program as you join us tonight. It's going to be a very, very informative edition of Spoon Talk tonight. Aminata Piaka, thank you for coming on as well. I see Jonathan Swain is here as well. You know, just keep sharing the program. Share the program in your WhatsApp groups, across your social media handles. Spoken Word is here. David Nakawala is joining us from Norway. Thank you for coming on. I see Fumba Sese from Matari, Agata Ba Musa is joining us as well. Thank you for coming on tonight. J. Edwin Saki Jr. Just keep sharing the program. You're watching from Dupont Road. Thanks to the many of you who are already here. Let's keep sharing the program as we are set to get a great show coming your way. A whole lot to unpack tonight. So the CEO was saying that, you got lots of breaking news, great information to unleash tonight. So just keep sharing the show. And thanks to all of you who have already joined us tonight. It's going to be a very great show. And I want to say, as we always do, we're about to open the phone lines to hear from you. What are your thoughts? What is it you want to talk about tonight? What are the issues that are of concern to you? Is it about health? Is it about politics? Is it about the economy? Is it about something affecting you in your community? Just anything that is of concern to you, we get to dedicate the first segment of the program to you, our valued listeners, viewers, subscribers across the world, so that you get to speak out on the different issues that are of concern to you. And so we're going to be doing just that. At about this time, I'm going to activate the lines. So we get to hear from you. What is it you want to talk about tonight? Call us now on 0555-101075. I'll put a WhatsApp up that you can call and wait in your thoughts as well. And I want to say thanks to all of you for joining us tonight. Again, keep sharing the program. I see so many of you joining us already. Voice of Lawalazu, Cyrus Toli, Edmond. I see Amara Soiree, Cyrus Toli, and many of you joining us tonight. Just keep sharing the program. As we go to the phone lines now and start to take your calls on 0555-101075. That's the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the program. 0555-101075. You'll be live on the program tonight. Let's go to the phone line and take the first caller here. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, my brother?
I'm okay, sir. It's good to have you. What's on your mind? Your name first and where you joining us from.
Eric E. Philip. I'm calling from Ting Liberia, Lost Liberia, Build Liberia. Philip is my resident.
Is that a place? Ting Liberia, Love Liberia, Build Liberia?
Yeah.
What place I play here?
Tubo Village, my resident, the place where I live in.
Okay. What's on your mind, sir? Let's hear you.
I want to tell my president thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because what you doing and why you will do. The only thing I want to focus on work. Never mind opposition to do the people work because the people voting for him to do the work. So any focus on it, and I'm my opposition.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input tonight. 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you call from?
My dear,
yes, sir. It's good to have you on. What's on your mind?
This is Jim Lahassan Worthy calling from Pinsley AB Taboro.
Brother Worthy.
Yes, sir.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Brother, I'm just so happy and so thankful to our dynamic president, His Excellency Joseph Mabwaka, for the reburial of all families of the late Samuel Kayando, and today the late William Aratobo.
Okay.
Since I was one of those on my side at the Baptist Street, 13 people were killed, our president. And I think with the reburial of the late William Aratobo today, the blood that was shared on the land, I think there will be a little bit of peace. People are trying to say that people looking for a job, no job, and rebury. But the cost of our destination, my brother. Look, if you give an example, Mother Ellen tell you, he refused to go in the marshal and the presidential. So I strongly believe all the consideration work they have done so far, they buried the two people. And they set up the ceremony of the other past taking government officials. I think Liberia, there's some little bit of peace senator coming to this country. So I hear me so much to understand that or pray that I know Liberia one day the sun that shine upon the nation that you know as America in Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your input. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you. Your name and where you're calling from.
Hello, Nathan.
Yes, sir. It's good to have you on.
I come to George Mova from GSU Committee.
Okay. George, just go straight to the point, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah,
what's on your mind?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate so much for your hard working. Nathan. They say, oh, my mind this afternoon. I don't want to appreciate President Bwaka and his government for the hard work. Because it's not easy to become a leader, President Bwaka. This is my father. So I try to help those are working on them. President Bwaka administration. Please, I try to tell them, please, you have to respect yourself. You have to respect the paper rule. Because I want paper, my paper President Bwaka sack anybody to just go rest. They start complaining.
Okay.
Please come together to develop the country. Because the country, our country here, we don't have nowhere to go.
Thank you.
Suffer. But we not rescue us. Our rescue Mr. President Bwaka, we love you so much. So please, you come together to develop the country. So thank you so much, President. Thank you so much. I love you and I love Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Let's take another person. Hello, you are live. Your name and where you call from.
What lesson? How are you? Come back to Liberia.
Say?
I said, welcome back to Liberia. This is Marwa Nusha calling from.
No, that damo are not in Liberia. I've been in Liberia.
I thought you went for the Chinese.
Yeah,
okay,
that damo was here last night. The American Vibrant channel. Well, go ahead.
Okay, concerning this race issue concerning my former boss, Madam Bro.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to take this time to apologize for.
You are
according to the information, the God is not really getting proof yet. So, Madam Bro, I said, please take courage. This is Molowa Nusha speaking. Please take courage, and we pray that God Almighty is going to work, and the Lord is going to take a course. Thanks so very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Hello,
yes, sir.
I'm Oscar. That is Zigbe calling from Gompa City.
Oscar, it's good to have you. What's on your mind?
Next thing, what my mom has to do with the LEC. The jungle water is using the currency and getting money from the citizens of Nimbas and Bon County as well. But next thing, we are not benefiting nothing. Recent Ben, you know, every big city in the country will have street lights. See, when you call it Gamta, Kaple, and what you do, all the city is very dark. So we want to call upon the jungle water manager. Citizens cannot be paying money to you and they are not benefiting.
Okay.
You cannot see all the businesses in the country is looking die and you are getting money from the citizens. So we are begging the manager to put street light on the various streets. So our city can be bright.
Thank you for your input, Oscar. We appreciate you. Hello, you are live.
Yeah, how are you, Adama Kane?
Adama. Okay, go ahead. Let's hear you, Adama.
Next me, my only thing that to pray for you and pray for the president and pray for all those around the president, those that want to see the president to succeed. So I'm asking God for God to protect President Joseph Boakai, which is my father, and also the press secretary is Kura Fofana, and also Corino Kura, all of them that have to play down to the lobbying senator. So, and also my speaker, let God protect them and protect them. Any evil against me, that evil will die down. And also let God protect you in that studio and down to your studio. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, good evening.
Yes, you are live. Let's hear you.
Yes, my name is Alex Java, calling from Central Johnsonville.
Let's hear you, sir. What's in your mind?
I want to speak on this suspension.
Okay.
I appreciate the president so much for suspension ongoing, but I don't think it's sufficient because we want to get our assets, we want to stop corruption. It's not about indicting maybe past government officials, but if those present government officials are out of corruption, not just suspending them, but you're supposed to bring them on board for justice. Well, we only hearing the president suspend, then calling other people to put for indictment. So I want for the whole corruption case should go across the board, not because the other person on the other side, the president on the other side, then just do the PK2.
Okay.
I'll get him to speak on, but thank you so much for his action, but you have to step the forward again.
Thank you for your input tonight. We appreciate you. Hello, you are live. Let's hear you.
Thank you, Nelson.
Yeah.
My name remains at Johnson and at Johnny from Chikizu Patio Golf.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Martin, you this morning and this evening, rather. The issue that I have to do at local government, I think it's not in the interest of the Liberian people. You have a lot of issues that bringing Liberian people. What you can think about creating law that will prevent sitting lawmaker, not to contest electoral seat. But you're creating bad all the time. You can think that, you know? But then you're talking about where people, citizens will take part in governing, then you're talking about amendment. I don't think in the interest of the Liberian people. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your input tonight. 0555-101075 is the number to call. You'll be live. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Dennis Zuma calling from 12th Street.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
I just want to take this time to express my gratitude to Uncle Joe Boakai. The criticism is not what we are looking at. We are looking at what the government will do for the Liberian people. So whether they criticize or not, this is part of politics. But I know Joe Boakai to be one of the best presidents that Liberia will ever produce. And if anybody thinks that it's time, we get time to move, we get the chance to move Foreman Boakai, it's an illusion. It will never work in Liberia until he gets tired. And even when he gets tired, our man Jeremiah will get there. No way for those who destroy the country. No way.
Thank you.
Political drama. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello. You're live. Let's hear you. Hello. Hello, are you there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, please go ahead. You're live on the show.
Yeah.
Hello?
That's all.
Sorry, your line is terrible. I think you have to change your location and call back, sir. Let's see if we take another person.
Hello?
The line. Okay, hello.
Good evening to Spoon FM family and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia.
Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening to you, dear brother. Next, collecting in Liberia. By the way, the introduction, I'm Alfonso A.S. Kamal. I do join this conversation.
Alfonso.
Oh, yes, sir, brother Nessie.
Chief, you get it? You get it on song in a book? You get it stripped there?
No.
Actually, I just let it way you can do it. You can
to university level a bit or so man. So when it comes to memorization, memorize things that are always said or in frequency. So let me quickly go to my point.
Yeah, just go to your point, Chief.
Very much grateful and appreciated to the entire government of the Republic of Liberia. His Excellency President Joseph Numa Boakai. I want President Boakai to please take a legal stand or action against those people who rooted our country over years ago. And people like former President Kawia and his brother. According to the document that circulating on social media and I read or I glanced at it, these people should not go unpunished. They should be brought to justice or they should be sent to LACC for proper investigation and let justice be preserved to let people to see the feasibility. The people really measure the only manner we are. They will run the country on lawlessness to say they are not government. So I want actually foreigner, not anybody about foreigner to exploit our resources and root money and go and bank it in their homes. No.
Thank you.
President Boakai,
thank you.
Thank you. I will stay with you forever. When you do
Thank
this,
you very much for your input,
Thank
sir.
you.
Let's hold you there and take another person. Hello, your name and where you call from, sir?
Yeah, my name is David Tukwa. I'm calling for Clarata.
David, go ahead. Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I beg the president to help out. We the offender people said the brain all play down more like 7 years now. Up to now when I get play to live. We're begging the president so he can do something for us. I beg you. Yeah.
Okay. So where I want the president to do?
To help us, at least when you can pay us or to build something for us so we can live there. Up to now when I even get play to live. Me and my children. I beg you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot for your input. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Let's hear you. You're live.
Yeah, my name is calling from Panelist.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, my concern how to do LEC anti-terror path unit.
Okay. The anti-power theft unit, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
My concern is it that they are challenged, that they are no longer effective?
Why you say so? Why you ask?
Because there are a lot of instances where we see theft going on in a lot of areas. And we inform them. And they will just take note and they will never take any action against that. For months now, I called them before. They didn't respond. I went to the office. They gave me a number, said, go and call the number. I didn't call that number. They told me, oh, you have to text. And I also did text. Up to now, the theft is getting prevalent in my area. So I don't know whether the anti-theft unit have been disbanded or what. Or is it inefficiency? I don't know where they go.
Thank you. Thank you. Hope Madam Mary Burr is listening. She's the head of the anti-power theft unit at the LEC. Yeah. But thank you very much. We appreciate you for your input, sir. Thanks a lot.
All right.
Okay, this person. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Nelson.
Yes, sir. Good evening. It's good to have you on.
Thank you. This is Daniel Keller. I call you from Old Road, Phoebe Road.
Okay.
Let me say good evening to our God gave President Joseph Numa Boakai. Let God bless you. I want for the president to look because we have 15 candidates.
Okay.
In the 15 candidates, let him take one of the candidates for him to exempt Sobi. Because now Sobi, I believe that Sobi getting food. And then the past government with present government official then to who stealing, let them take them to those 15 candidates where they were big. I mean, it will be another Sobi for those people there. because I pray to God that the former president will go there. And then they looking around him. Yeah. Caterpillar sitting now in jail today. How about the former president? So President Jobia, former President Jobia Farid and Caterpillar Farid and he will go. No sin go on. The Bible said that you will be judged by your record. They looking around him, and I pray to God for Saturday you to resign. They coming more. Let somebody go sit down. So the or case there, or the whole case there, they come up. We pray to God for to not separate on no documented.
So your prayer, you're on the prayer and fasting, you're doing that for former president to
president will go. When he in a cooking jar, he will go. They will carry him.
Thank you very much for your input, sir. 0555-101075. Let's take this person. Hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, man. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, my name is Mo Bobo, calling from Coca-Cola Factory, District Number City.
Mo, what's on your mind? Let's hear you.
Yeah, what on my mind? I think I'll be running. I can be on his phone talk. Most of Scarlet Gray and Fire Do. You know the way Do can live, but get out fire. And I know you know there was CDC fire. They see the party doing in a country not joke.
Okay.
The party trying his best. No one can do. See the University of Liberia now. They get vacation school now going on. They were happy me before. They were not happy me. But now under the party regime, we see changes. See now for in Liberia you have Masako 130 TDS fire. But now they have another company that send us say TDS product. See right here, they now open almost rest dealer, they come open rest, they come rest we see things happening. See what happening 1 or 2 years, we see everything happening. But within 2 to 3 years, Liberian people, we will get to know that we don't make mistakes to elect the party. You see what he's doing is bury our former president that will not know they agree. This I think the government is achieving rule today. My brother running in Maryland, he left prayer follow the rule. But before that time, he told me Sunday, before now, he was in Maryland. So this I think the government is doing. I said, President Boakai, thank you, and God, thank you for President Boakai.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your input tonight. 0555-101075 is the number to call. You'll be live. You want to walk away from your music, sir? Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you, sir. My name is James. I'm calling from Budget.
What's on your mind, sir? Let's hear you.
I just wanted to say something to this caller. Like, just so he shouldn't be lying to people. Besides Masako, which one of the companies are bringing TBS in the country, and how much, where their office is, how much they're selling back, how much they used to sell back. So when you call that, what you got to say, don't be lying to us. You know, Masako bringing TBS to in the country.
So you disagree with that caller on that other one? But thank you for your input. Let's see if we can take more callers. You can keep your calls coming to 0555-101075. This is the What's on Your Mind segment. It's dedicated to all of you, our ardent followers, to call in and share your thoughts. Say what's on your mind. No specific topic, just anything that is of concern to you. This segment of the program provides that perfect opportunity where you can get to express yourselves on those different issues of concern. So we go back to the phone lines. Take this person. Hello, you're live.
Yeah, hello.
Yes, sir. It's good to have you on.
Yeah.
Sorry, you want to lower the volume of the radio in the background? I'm hearing myself. Or maybe you just walk away from the radio. Okay, so it's like we're losing this person. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. Good evening. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, brother. Let me, because you people, you are journalists. They may say a line. Hey, journalists, come up and say Coca-Cola Factory. You will see the new TVS building that there. They call the people Sherry Manhattan Training Center. Come there, Nana. They sell TVS tire blind for 9 states. If a line generator come tomorrow, you check.
So you say Upper say Coca-Cola Factory, right?
Yes. Come tomorrow and see anything.
Okay.
Say line.
Thank you.
On the show, they probably move over a record on the show. Anytime I go on the show, say I'm a liar.
All right, thank you.
Come here tomorrow, you see.
Thanks a lot for your input.
Okay.
Thanks for your contribution to the program tonight. Hello, your name and where you call from?
Yeah, I'm not calling by FPRC community.
Let's hear you. What's on your mind?
The fellow that get there for another 2 weeks talking before that I'm not to what was it? Sylvester office to pack up there.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you. Hello, your name and where you call from? Sorry, your line is not too okay. You can maybe change location and call back. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. You're live on the show. Your name and where you call from?
I am Martha calling from Fairland, Winston.
Martha, it's good to have you on, ma'am. What's on your mind?
Yes, I just want to be grateful to all Marty Press and to our President Joseph Newman Parker, who has made Winston to be locked down with foreign. We want to be grateful to him.
When you say lockdown with foreign, when you say
foreign and joining life.
Okay. So that the first time you're getting laid in our community?
Yes.
Okay.
They gave us 3 meters.
All right. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
We appreciate
Thank you.
All right. So 0555-101075 is the number to call and you'll be live. Hello, your name? I'm sorry. Okay, so you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, sir. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, Nelson, this is Jones K. Betty calling from Single. This is evening to your listening audience.
Jones, it's good to have you.
Yeah, Nelson, corruption is not just embezzlement or the misapplication of funds. The worst forms of corruption are lies, deception, and hypocrisy.
Okay.
And those things are embedded within our current president, impression of President Joseph Newman Parker. President Parker said, you are not going to ride private plane. He condemned private jet in Tampa, but now he's on private jet. President Parker condemned luxurious life. Now he lives in luxury. President Parker bought 1.1 million Lexus armor vehicle. The ordinary man tell me as bulletproof. Is that not deception? All of what he said to people in this country, he has a complete contradiction of all of what he said to people during the campaign.
Okay.
Like the boom breaker always saying, all of what President Burger said, all campaign talk, campaign sweet lecture. What is it? You see the suffering of the people in the country, the rising level of unemployment, rising of poverty in this nation.
Jules Betty, thank you. Thank you for your input tonight. We have to take as many callers. Okay, let's hold you there. Take this person. Hello. Go ahead, sir. You're live. Let's hear you.
Hey, good afternoon, Nelson Kule. My name is Anuete Prince Dodo. I'm calling from Virginia. My contribution here tonight is I want our brother and sister in Liberia to change their mindset about the criminal. Then when they get them to be able to take them to court, let them stop demonstrating and stop testing for them.
Okay.
Because it's getting too much. Our brother and sister they need to stop so they can investigate the people that steal from this country.
All right.
That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you for your input tonight. This person. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from? Hello. Yes, you're live on the show. No, sorry. The line is terrible. Something is not right with your line. Maybe you can change location and call back. Hello.
Hi. How you doing, Nelson?
Yes, sir. It's good to have you on.
Yeah, this is Jara calling from Maggie.
Let's hear you, sir.
Around Boston.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, you have somebody yesterday. Yeah, call on your talk show concerning the Keke issue. The Keke issue. Somebody they put a bra, so they Keke in a bread. Where when the case are problem, you go package the error. Then from there, they be telling you to be paying for the time in the fact. I beg you, I want to really see issue to what I can get for her. Because you give me more like brain hard time. I even got my brother now. Almost 6 more at the end of the night today you can get. You can't get it because of the time frame. So I beg you, I appeal to the small family that is see how bad to come and get looking at the real case.
Thank you.
Yes, for President de la Brun.
That's a great concern. Thank you. Thanks a whole lot for your input. We appreciate you, sir. This person, hello, you're live. Let's hear you.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, sir. It's good to have you.
I'm calling from Biggest Factory resident.
What's on your mind?
It's from you and both.
You say? Hello. Okay, this person. Here. Your name and where you call from?
Thank you so much. How are you, my friend, bro?
All right, I'm doing great. I see the.
Nelson, thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, just conclude quickly. I see the CEO has training already.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, or you go home. Which one you want to do today?
They may all go ahead. They may stay here.
Yeah, you go ahead or you go home. Which one? Hey, Rachel.
Go ahead quickly. Let's hear you. You are still live.
Civilized basketball in
man, lead up, civilized man. Make I will get we'll talk to the west side. Ain't going up, man.
Nothing. Big government.
I tell the man, say I see my hair on him. That's it. Hang on, the man.
Big government. Keep on the match.
Tell the man, I want you to hang on him.
Civilized basketball.
Yeah.
The CEO say he want me to hang up on you. What you say?
No, let me be on the line. The platform when my call go through and listen to me. I can be happy because he want to do that brought a calamity on us. So I'm asking to listen to me.
Say that Baza boy can prepare for you.
Can I talk to him?
Okay, so let me just do it like this. Okay, you can hear the CEO.
Huh?
Can you hear me?
You can hear the CEO?
Are you hearing clear?
Okay, but I answer that. Kuba Paso, what you doing, man? Kuba Paso, what you doing? Say that basketball, where you from? I mean, are you in Paso or you in Moravia?
I'm in Moravia district now, in French Afogo district.
Yeah, but French I forgot that your friend. Why you giving me hard time? The French I forgot that your representative and your friend, right?
He's my representative, and he will continue to be my representative in district number 9 because for him, man, is a representative who doing the best.
So say that, Pastor Boy, are you working right now? Are you working? Do you have a job?
I don't think a CEO that would be a question to ask because you are one person who, food and bring people.
I agree now, but that is my question.
People,
do you know what sir? Let's do your name. Your name is civilized pastor, or I answer your question. Do you have a job?
That our job would be available for people, and you make sure that you talk about get force and you are able to take seditions for job.
So serious possible. No, seriously, serious. You my man. You my man. Listen.
No, you my man. When it comes to him, say I like you to be on him and your Liberian, but when it comes to political side, no. Because I'm not for you, and I will never ever be for you because
I agree. Now I'm saying you'll be for me, right? Yeah, but say that possible. I agree. I say you'll be for me. I'm just asking you. So you are not working. Are you doing any business?
No.
No job, no business. Do you have children? Are you married?
Of course, I'm married and I have children, yes.
How many kids?
2.
So what are you doing to take care of them?
No, there's one thing that would be afford to explain on the show.
Okay, but you can explain in the back, right? So I will get Nelson. That's what gave you my number because I want us to talk, my man. I understand that you can beat on me. I understand get vexed for me. It's okay, but I think I want us to.
Yeah, they are close though, but publicly now, as I'm saying,
yeah,
the school you brought calamity on the Liberian people. You brought 4-1 now, president.
But wait, so 6 years. So say that possible. I hear that for 6 years.
And so now I say now, when I say, but what?
So say that possible. Listen small now.
Listen small now. What were you doing 6 years ago? 6 years prior to Joseph Boakai taking over. Were you working? You had a job? You were in school? What actually you were doing 6 years prior to the election?
Mr. Spoon, I'm a person, teacher by profession. I'm a student of biology, and I'm a teacher. I led a teaching profession. So I don't think I was there for a job, but I was there to see President George Manneh.
So you had a job, right? And you had a job?
But because you lied to the Liberian people, that was
wait now, we'll come to it, my member. I agree now. Let's settle this thing. Prior to the election, you had a job, right?
It was point indeed.
Okay. Which school were you teaching at?
That's why I think we can't go that far to be saying this about you on the radio to be talking about.
Okay, I agree. So Nelson, I beg you. That's it. I respect Cyril Abasopo. Okay, Chief. Nelson, please give him my number. I beg you, call me, and I'd like to have a conversation with you. And you can beat on me. I take the beating. That's okay. Tell me exactly how you feel like. I agree, but I would beg you, call me. Let's talk. Okay.
Okay, Nelson.
Yeah, I'm here.
So you see my number, right?
No, I'll give you my number right now. Let me give you my number, 609-649-4026.
Hold on. Yeah?
609.
Yeah.
649.
Yeah.
4206.
Okay, Mr. Spoon. I will call you on WhatsApp.
If you get another phone, call me right now. Let's confirm you get my number. Call me on my phone right now.
All right, coming back.
Yeah, so dial right now before you hang up.
Let me call him.
Yeah, go ahead.
609 649 4206.
Right. You got it right. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Cyril Abasopo. Thank you.
Yeah, so he will call me and we'll talk to him. I mean, I listen, he call all the time. I like him. He disagree with me. We disagree on politics. But again, that's a good guy. I really do. Cyril Abasopo. He has become my friend. We talk beyond Jade. That's it. We talk in the back. Listen, I got so many seditions. They are friends to me. Yeah, we are friends, right? We talk in the back. I'm not like Dr. Richardson, CMC. She brings selected group of people into the party. No.
Don't even start with your business. You say that passport, your loyalty. Okay?
No, listen. Dr. Richardson, you cherry pick who should come to CMC. I will not do that.
Open to
Which one you coming from? Where no day again?
Look.
I just ignore him.
The plate of potato green. The plate of potato green in my head. I'm passing you.
Say that passport, you want to come to CNC, you welcome. Oh.
No. Say that passport, I'm a friend now. We're friends. All right? I will talk to him.
The CNC first, you know.
Also that a Brooklyn. You said CMC for everybody. Why you can't invite Kev Hassan to CMC?
Kev Hassan have to come to CNC through me. And you be member of CNC. I never stop Kev Hassan from becoming a member of CNC.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, when you come to Spoon, everything we say what's up. Yeah, the woman in the marketplace, we will say WhatsApp, 245, 345, can't take it and go. We will say WhatsApp, yeah. Say that Pastor brother, my friend, he found me. He said, I told
Pastor Walker, I rest to be fair you out. You got again throw you away. You that kind of child. I'm a mother, I got children that somebody jack out of just, that you the man. What you do?
The meeting are making fair at a job in it.
Yeah, but the man work with MCSS, right? I've been following this guy, right? Yeah, I've been following him. He's a teacher, right? And similar basketball, the basketball people that let go. The man is educated. But I mean, I can name most of them. Look at that Oboble. He had bars from Baza, I have from Gibby. He let go. And, I met that Oboble today. The man also this both running for him. I said that Oboble, I beg you, the man without own sponsor, yeah. I met that Oboble. I met his wife. Yeah, decent people though. And, very nice man. See that Oboble in person. He's very, very nice. And thank God I'm taller than him. Because that was an argument in the chat room. That was an argument. Some people on this show didn't get nothing to talk about. They have that argument yet about that Oboble and later. But again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we got a lot to cover today. I want to invite you to share the show. We got a lot to cover today. I want to say,
I didn't get a chance to say hello to Glenny. You just started show fire. I can't.
Come on, hello, attack. Come on.
We got Eric Thomas. We got Mimba pass away, Cooper pass away, Fede Bala. We have Ibrahim Cody.
Then I say, my comment to you. I say, yes, he just.
That jealousy. Don't mind him. You will not make it worth to be here.
That is so. Ask the Labyrinth people. What about you? I will be jealous.
Say that again.
What
the
about
fact
you?
that recognizing me and saying hello, you want to get a woman chance to say it.
If I don't want the Richardson to talk to you, she will not talk to you.
You say what?
If I don't want the Richardson to talk to you, she will not talk to you.
That is not true. Yeah, that is not true. Why you say that? You jealous of me. You jealous of me.
I saw you want to. I'm just putting the background at all.
Let me put my list for.
Look at it. I get it. You teasing that. I said, can you see
Daddy will go ahead.
He's gonna back the show now.
So let me ask you a question, right?
What would you?
Let me ask you a question. My pastor wife, they call her Marcel. She called her nice potatoes green. I've been keeping it in the refrigerator. I was contemplating because there's a lot of food since they follow the program. But man, I started eating that potato green. The woman chopped all the casking small. I let my meat to be small. Now that the Nigerian people eating BB meat. No, they will eat with it. They will foil with it in their hand. The fish must be big. The meat must be big. I don't like that. Take the spoon. The meat must be just in the spoon. I mean, the cow skin, everything small, well in place. Fried potatoes green. The pepper is on the money. And the woman broke up the boning, and she took the bone because she knows she was cooking for me. If you give me food and the fish get bone, I'm not eating it. You get me that you want me to choke?
I can't wait there too.
No, yeah, because you know that you want me to choke. How will you give me food and all the fish get bone? No. You gotta take your time. You gotta take your time and take all the bone from the fish, And, if you pressure cook the spare ribs or you pressure cook the oxtail, you gotta do it so put it in my mouth. Then the skin will drop from the bone. That's exactly how you do it. So I'm here to
you gotta cook. Then boy, you gotta cook. That's why you see that man.
I want to say to all of you, welcome to another edition of Spoon Talk. We got a lot of show coming your way today. Let's recognize Mo Freeman. Mo Freeman is here. Kanga Royal Davis is here. We're going to bring in Ellen L. Johnson, my sister. She just stand up. Please announce, I am not 53, I'm 52. Ellen, you're older than me 2 years, but you're a good person, a wonderful person, and a beautiful lady. Eo White, how you doing today? Samuel Kofi Woods Jr. is here. Let's see, maybe this is similar basketball. Let me make sure that's it. Hello?
How are you, Honorable Spoon?
Yeah, who's it? All right, ladies and gentlemen, I got him. He just called me. So I'm going to save your number now. You got my number. It's confirmation. I'll save your number. You save my number. Then we can talk. You know the time the show can come up, but we got to talk, okay?
Okay, sir.
All right, Chief. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, so Wiki Chill, it's good to see you. The name is Patrick Gonga. I think Patrick Gonga, the voices of Lawalazo. We bring in Robert Duba, Timothy Ross. Timothy Ross is here, is in the house. FPD, Omaru Kengo is here. We're going to bring in Justina Cannon. How you doing, Justina Cannon? Philosophical March Born. Again, the fugitive. The fugitive is here. Yvonne, what's the name? Yvonne, how you doing? Let's bring in Momo Johnson. We'll start with Peter Topa, Zizo Lameno. Sean King is in the house. What's up, CEO? How you doing, Sean? Oscar Zingbe is here. Alexia is joining us. Seta Hammond is here. Let's hear. I've been thinking about Seta Hammond. Every day she following us from Minnesota. We bring in Fumba Seze, Eddie Roberts, Morris Johnson, Abraham is here. We've got Jasper Hain. Jasper is here. James Freeman is here. Emmanuel Bopler from where? Asa Younger is here. Albert Cody. We're going to bring in Michael Fuller. The name is Ben Sankare. Ben Sankare is in the house. Jasper name. Thomas Croix. That your father be Cooper Croix, or that your sister be Colonna Croix, I don't know the name. Theophilus, is good to see you. Theophilus Conte, the name is Precious Satia, Emmanuel Kega, Albert Doppler, John Bayan, Bill Jala, Gordon, and is in the house. Giggs Totman is here. Abraham Nee is here. Emmanuel Toba, Ahmed Dukle is in the house. Can somebody take it away? We still got a few more seconds left. You want to try, Counselor?
Yeah. So we start from Ato Swa. Welcome. Milord Kekula, welcome. Daniel K. Bindaya, welcome. Honafi Zagarakis Jallo, welcome. Ami Writer, welcome. Charles F. Paku, welcome. Sifos Frederick Dolo, welcome. Zezo Lamina, welcome. Morris Harris, welcome. Rufus Vanny Cool, welcome. Sam Masakwe, Daniel Sando, Jasper Ne, James Dukle, welcome. Sita H. Herman, welcome. Lincoln Morris, Swa Mawie, Francis Swain, Albert F. Colley, welcome. Elizabeth Kiatamba, Sam Melivic Kato, welcome. Victor Ziembo, welcome. Tough September Mother Faith Dennis, welcome. Hanan Himinia Wright Kramer, welcome. Kohu Gloria Volker Molba, welcome. Henry Hali Koli, welcome. Justin Dennis, Bala M. Kova, Jacqueline Stem, my own sister, welcome. Kevin Stem, welcome. All the Stem tonight following a show from Bannersville. Georgia Tita King said good evening, CEO. Welcome, Georgia. Fumba Sembe Sise, welcome. Rufus, call Rufus name already. Tikon Dixon, welcome. Tony Robertson, welcome. Philosophical Marsh Bond, welcome. Afra Tamba Yandi Gogo, Anthony Zuo, Eddie Roberts, Ishmael Habib Rahim, all of you are welcome. The fugitive man can move on the play. May Carter, Eric Dwyer, Bomi Cham, Sarah Horace, Carter, Wekley Chill, Will C.P. Harris Jr., Anthony Zuo again, welcome. Fubi, you can take it from there.
Lenny, you want to try? Lenny. But you scared? You don't call it board name?
Yes. Well, what do you want me scared? Lawrence Butlers, welcome. Vavi Ducle, welcome. Fokpa Carter, Anthony Youngwa, John Teme, Conan Peters. Amy Ryder, we see you, honey. Robert Dukba, Fokpa Carter, I call your name. Thank you, yeah. T. Carlos, Ferrari McDowell, Jack Murch, John Sabo, Pearl Campbell, Joseph Nya, Moiba Kone, Johnny Sakpa, Emmanuel Ward Tolbert, Obentu S. Chies Sr., Daniel Yanti, Albert S. Cephas, Marian Pelisiki, Eloson S. Dunia. So all the name and the tina going fast. So Lei Ekane, Jerome Ayomedi Mfawa, J. Africana Nimble, Peter Tukpa, Nush. The Nush, he get plenty problem in Zinzo.
You know him?
I know Nush from the podcast, yeah.
Yeah, but you always
giving me hard time. Caroline Breezy Way. You see what Caroline said? Glenda is the best calling in. Thank you, baby. They will be jealous. Morris Johnson, Momo Johnson, Say Danga. Jasper Abraham, Yan, Lincoln, Zing.
You related to Caroline. What do you expect Caroline to say?
You say what?
Caroline, your son's girlfriend. So what do you expect Caroline to say? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're gonna go. Dr. Richardson, you wanna call a few names and then we jump into this? We are not yet.
I said, no, you guys are doing great. Keep it up.
Thank you, Doc. I like that.
The people want to hear you calling names, Doctor. Don't do this.
Yes, you can say
Sherry, welcome.
The people just to come and follow you, they ask you to call their name and you say no. That Richardson, everything you want to do, right? As global chair for CMC, right? You should always understand that you are honored the moon, you honor the sun, you honor the radio. So therefore, you have to be very measured. When the people say jump, say ha, and make them happy. When the people say call our name,
never say that pastor got mad with you because you talk for Unity Party. You brought Unity Party to power. Say that pastor got mad at you. Okay.
No problem.
Hello, yeah.
Let me just give me with my CMC. Let me just do what I want to do.
But I'm interested. Why you guys funded? Why was CMC funded? Why?
You want to spend the whole show doing this?
Briefly.
I got a whole show, by the way. After the show, you can go to CMC show and spend the entire time talking about CMC. So if people want to find out, that'd be the right thing to do to come to that show.
We're not forcing, right? Hey, my sister.
Why is it that when I be talking, they say I'm forcing?
I just want to. That Richardson, something is happening here, right? Number one.
That can be position.
No, exactly. But one few thing you gotta understand, that Richardson, you cannot be a crew woman. You cannot be a
politician. You can't be a real Liberian politician.
Because it's not in you. It's not part of you.
Yeah, send a skin and shit and say you can be a good lawyer. Then that mean you won't put it on now.
No, when I mean no. You
fit to be
no, Dr. Richardson. No, Dr. Richardson, listen now. I'm not saying Dr. Richardson, you're not a good philosopher. No, I'm not going to your profession. No,
I am not listening.
I'm not going to your profession. I don't want to tell me I'm a profession.
I am not listening to you. You sat on the show, you said you can't even pay you.
No, don't put me down.
No.
What you said yesterday, you laughing?
No, Dr. Richardson.
You can't get somebody who they will not pay 1 penny. You lost the whole drug case in Liberia. Okay, then you say, then you telling me.
I was never in the drug case in the first place. Okay, the first thing. That's why I said, no, we should not go down my profession. I didn't say that Richardson will not be a good philosopher. No, that's a profession. I didn't say, hey, ma'am, Dr. Richardson. I listen to you on the show. I don't tell the truth.
See,
No, let me tell you the truth. I listen to you on the show. I listen to you on the show many times when it comes to the politics. The way you can react. That's what I'm saying. No, so that's what I'm saying. Okay, if you feel no, I mean, okay, I take it by. I won't get in trouble with you. I take it by. I won't get in trouble with you.
And you just make an assumption. That's all you do. You don't know me from anywhere. That's what you do. Most of you and the people who are just sitting on the show just because I react a certain way or I choose when to react.
Yeah.
You make assumption. It's not a good thing for a lawyer to do make assumption about somebody.
Thank you very much. So we
a politician now. I'm saying a politician, speaking a lawyer.
Well, you don't do either one.
Who said he take it back?
I told you now, politician either.
Councilor Goose said he take it back. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to welcome Dr. Richardson, Sister Glendy, the councilor, and Phoebe Heron, and all of you joining us. When you come on Spoon Talk, listen. When we wake up in the morning, my people, two things you got to do here. You don't go to work, or you stay home, or you wait for this show that you can engage your colleague and the Liberian people. All right? So what you see us doing here is just fine. I miss Granny. Granny kind of show I'm a pick on her. Though I don't like her, but she's part of the show. I don't have to like her, but she's part of the show. The scene with Dr. Richardson, she will not call you all day. But then the show starts, I gotta get under her skin. Fubi way in Ouagadougou, drinking soda, Coca-Cola, Fanta. Councilor Gu, I don't know where he is now because, they're looking for him, but it's good to have him on the show.
They still yeah, man. You get that other lawyer. I don't think which way you carry that brand or that dress.
He's on his way to the United States. So again, we want to say to all of you.
You say on me?
Call my name Dr. Richardson today because
you say on me?
We don't really have a conversation.
So today, Councilor, we move on. Councilor, we got a lot of stuff on our plate. Number one, ladies and gentlemen.
Today, Dr. Richardson, I look for you, man. I look for you. I get it. Say Glenny, pay for me. Cousin Glenny, pay for me. I beg you, man.
Tomorrow I got my work to do. I got my class to go to. I be reading my articles, my book. I got friends I talk to. I got husband, children, all of those things. So when I leave this show, my commitment to Liberian people, I do very well. So I worry about you being South Africa at times. You run it across my mind. I say, how Councilor Good doing? How Fubi doing Burkina Faso? Those things maybe randomly come around my mind, but I don't. I worry about important things that happen in Liberia.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. So we want to say to all of you, because of because you were
This time I know how to deal with the
Richardson. How to cruise them all. Richardson,
learn from me. I want you watching. Learn from me tonight. Hey.
Every left one, look at you doing. We love Dr. Richardson. Who said that you love Dr. Richardson? You just want
yeah.
No, because it's like just because I just try not to engage you guys. I really do. I try not to engage you guys. It's not that I don't know who you are. I study all of you guys. I know your ways on this show, but I just try not to engage you. That's all. And I just Liberian people speak what I have to speak and get going. Okay.
So on this note, we're going to say to all of you, we'll transition straight into our talking point. What's on your mind? Again, we got something is happening, and I hope you guys are catching up. Number one, we got this issue about the Supreme Court, and thank God we got Councilor Gu here. When will CNAO retire? When will Associate Justice, that he was nominated by President Boyka, it's a little fight. What did the law say? And now we get into the question. The paper over here, they say, Joseph Boyka said, I want you to be my Chief Justice for this government. If you look at his age, he's probably going to be retiring too, 2029. But for now, Joseph Boakai said, I want you to be my Chief Justice. The question a lot of people are asking, when will he be confirmed? When will he be blessed to go sit as the Chief Justice? And when will CNN Yo step down? Today is July 1st. What the Constitution say? This is getting to a place that people are concerned. Today, Senator went to court. Guess what happened? They said, Senator, go home. We cannot proceed today. You know Senator case, right? He went to court today. They told him, say, Senator, go home. Why? No explanation. They just say, go home. Senator lawyer don't confused. Don't receive information that the government is saying you do not have jurisdiction over this case and you cannot hear the Senator case, Chief Justice CNN Yo. We will be discussing it. We're also going to be discussing the appointment made today by President Joseph Yeman Boakai about Clarence Massaquoi as acting LTA chair, commissioner chair. You remember the president suspended Abdullah Kamara. So it means that Abdullah Kamara is not coming back. He's not coming back. Clarence Massaquoi, former representative from Lofa County, a lot of good reading been coming in from Edwin Snow, from Macarius Gray, and other people. They praising this one appointment today. That this guy, Clarence Massaquoi, former representative, is the right man to lead the LTA. Why? We will be getting into it. Remember, Clarence Massaquoi served as a colleague in the House of Representatives till he was booted out 2023. They beat him in Lofa. He served as commissioner with LTA till the president suspended Abdullah Kamara, and now Clarence Massaquoi has been appointed as acting. We got information concerning the whole rest saga again, a new development. The rest that has been distributed from February 4, we get some kind of information. All that rest are rotten rest. Any rest the National Disaster Management going to bring to you for you to eat, they are all expired rest. They are all rotting. If any of the rest, any bag of rest remain in that green bag from National Disaster Management, they say they are all rotting. But yet and still, people are distributing the leftover. We're talking about asset recovery. There's a big building on 11th Street. We have received photo and document that one of the building asset recovery want to confiscate. They want to take that building. So who own that building? We'll put a building picture up. We'll put some document up. And then you, my fellow Liberians, you will help to investigate who owned the building. That number 3, we got 2 more other important issues coming up. We want to welcome each and every one of you. Let's have a great show. At this time, we will pause while you take your cell phone. We'll pause while you take your computer. You go on Facebook. You go on YouTube. You go on TikTok. You go on Instagram. And you share the show. It's important that you share the show. Invite somebody. Akaris Gray is coming, and the rest of the team, Uncle Sam, Dr. Bopler, Paul Kennedy, everybody will be coming on to join us while we have a wonderful show. Today, 11 p.m. Liberian time, we should be closing this program because we have other activities and program to run tonight. So we say to all of you, it's time that you share the show. Are you ready? Let's take a 5-minute pause, not 5 minutes, 30 seconds while you share the show. Now, you can go on Facebook and share the show. Rosetta Cole, Joman Jala, you can share the show. Sally Vincent, you can share the show. Philip Peabody Sr., please share the show. Otelo Swa, Mapu N.B. Uri, Morris Harris, and all of you joining us. You have to go now to share the show. Samuel Zakaman, Patricia Morris, Lydia Kennedy, Choco Moe, Bradley Moe, and Patrick Newman, Eddie Sandiago Solari Sapo. All of you, just go right now and share the show. His Excellencies Emmanuel Gomaya, Patrick Colley, Barry, Captain King Barry, Peter White, Sylvester, Basie, and everybody else, welcome to the show. So let's start the show. Fubi, what's on your mind?
Yeah, so good evening, everybody. I'm looking forward to a good show today. I just want to keep encouraging people and whatever you do. Like my father's favorite song was "What a Friend You Have in Jesus," and I always say, take it to the Lord in prayer. I know that you all will have different times and tough times and rough times and good times, but regardless of what you go through, there is nothing that God cannot solve. Sometimes you might not understand why you're going through certain things, but once you surrender to God, you might get some understanding. So it will not always be rosy, but at least you understand why you're going through certain things. You learn the lessons and you move on, so that you don't repeat them. So I just want to encourage you to always take it to the Lord in prayer, regardless of what you find yourself through. But also remember to always say thank you to God for the different things that you encounter. So that's for them today.
So what is the song? What a friend we have in Jesus.
Jesus, oh, how grievance to bear. Oh, to bear.
All our
Everything to God.
All our sins and grief to bear.
Wow. Oh. You want to let me? I will sing a song for you.
You said wrong.
Everything to God in prayer.
Yes, everything to God in prayer. We're going to bring in a counselor. Let me give the announcement. They will be arrested again. There's a new indictment for Fonati Kofa and the other lawmakers. So we're probably going to arrest them by tomorrow, 10 a.m. They will be at the court. The court have called them. They have come up with some new indictment, and we'll be speaking to it. But probably there's a possibility that Fonati and the rest of the guys will be arrested again. And then whether they will go to jail, we cannot confirm, but we know there's a new indictment. We know that they have to arrest them and take them to criminal court aid, and the judge got to let them know and whether they won't want to save them. But that's a whole new drama. It's a deja vu all over again. So all the reporters sometimes, please be at the courthouse. They got a new indictment. We don't know whether they're going to arrest Fonati Kofa and take them to court. But again, they call them. They say, we got something to that. But you never had anything first. The government never had anything first, but they had a raid. And on that raid, they arrested them and sent them to jail. So this time around, the government said, we got an indictment and we have to rearrest you guys. So again, what's on your mind, Councillor?
Nothing. All the things you listed, I think we'll discuss tonight.
And Councillor, thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you. We're going to bring our sister, Glennie JJ. What's up, Glennie?
Hello, everybody. It's good to be on. Today has been a very emotional day, up and down. Want to recognize the fact that of the significant symbolic issue today in Liberia with President Boyka having a service for former President William R. Tolbert and also the 13 men. We want to recognize that today. For me, today meant a gateway to reconciliation. These are baby steps. Reconciliation will not just start and end today, but I think it was a great move by the president to do that today. For some of us who lost loved ones during that time, it was emotional. And not only that, it's like, it was almost like acknowledging the pain that people have felt at different levels and bringing them together and saying this is something that you can look to and you can refer to it as a funeral or as a homegoing. What's even more significant is that also on Saturday, there will be a service held for everyone who have died in the coup, in a different civil crisis. I think it's significant steps. I hope there are other plans from the government on after this, then what's next? But I just want to first of all start with someone who we've had this for 45 years. I recognize that today, 45 years. And one of the pictures that was difficult for me to see today was the original light poles that they showed. To remember that my uncle was on one of those poles and shot and killed was a hard thing. But I want to recognize what was done today by President Boyka and the government. And I want to say thank you, and thank you for acknowledging that we're all hurting and we need to move on after 45 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Glendy. Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, first of all, I want to just tell you thank you so much for always calling and inviting me on the show, and for giving me the authority to be a board member on Spoon Talk. I just want to tell you thank you for doing that. So for those of you who always think that, I react or respond in a certain way, I'm me. I do what I want to do. I don't jump when someone say jump. I don't say hi. So you guys can continue to say whatever you want to say, but I am me, and I will speak whatever I am, whatever way I'm accustomed to speaking. So a lot of times, people feel like you have to be a certain way, you have to react a certain way to be a politician in Liberia. The politics in Liberia is no good. Our laws, this is why we come here and speak about. Things are not as it should be in a contemporary 2025 country. This is why we talk about it all the time. So I think Liberia has the capacity to tolerate a diverse group of people. Some of us will argue. That's our gift, to argue. Some of us will talk down. We talk like we know it all. That's our gift, to do that. Some of us who like to sing, like what a friend we have in Jesus. We sing that. Some of us who got different. So we have different talent, and this is why we're all here today. So Liberians, we have to get used to that diversity and accept people for who they are. That's the first thing I wanted to say. I want to go along, Glendy, what you said as well. Today was a hard day for me. I remember it took me back to Bon Mines when my father was arrested by the PRC government. Specifically, we were told that Thomas Wesson, if you guys remember that name, had ordered the arrest of my dad and 13 others. That night, I was sitting down. My mother was braiding my hair. I must have been maybe, I want to say 12 or 13 years old. And I just saw a bunch of soldiers surrounding my house. They came in the house, ordered my father, who was laying on the couch. That's something that he often do. Order my mother. And, I didn't know. I was very confused. But today I know I don't often talk about this. I had the opportunity to talk. A friend and I was talking about, she was telling me about her pain, and we're talking about this whole reconciliation process. And that's where the reconciliation process took me, to remember my pain, my father arrest, my mother having to drive because they couldn't drive our car. So the soldiers put my mother in the car. One had a gun to her head. I watched this. I was very traumatized by this event. Watched them put gun to the back of her head and told her to drive. She ended up going to, I think, the Justice Ministry or somewhere, to the barracks, because she told them there was no way they were going to kill my father. And whoever she spoke to, she came back and told us, she counted all the children she had, all of us, okay, and said, if you're going to take the provider of my home, the person who feed these kids, you got to be responsible to feed them as well. And that's how it happened. There's many more. That night, I remember not sleeping home. Stranger family member had to take me to be with them. But those were not good times. And that's where I went to. I see the reconciliation as a step, as a process, but this should not be the end. I hope that the president should continue to speak about reconciliation, continue to speak about uniting our country. There should be jingles of awareness out there where it shouldn't be a one-day event. All of us have to be united. Liberia is for all of us. Liberia runs through all of us, from Grand Cape County to Nima County, and that's what I have to say. So thank you so much, Stanton.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. Glendy, thank you. Councilor Gu, as always, we appreciate you. Thanks. And Fubi Heron, we want to say thank you.
Second.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the initiative today, though the government came in, but it was an initiative of the April 22nd Memorial Group of the families of all those that were killed. So it's not a government initiative. The government just stepped in with the Turbo, reburial process, but the initiative of the families. So that's something that's been ongoing for a long time. They have planned that reburial, the site, and they got the Baptist Seminary to join them, and they had a reburial site at the Baptist Seminary to give them plot to do that. So it was already in the pipeline. So when the president just initiated that with tapping in with Turbo and those reburial, so it just coincided. Then they'll add that.
Thank you very much. Again, we want to say thanks to all of you. To me, I think it was a good thing. Well, to those of us Liberians as a whole that got affected, we want to say we still living with the trauma, whether it's the children, the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren, you go back to history, and that's why we are where we are today. But my question to all of you, why Madam Salif couldn't do it? Why George Banawaya couldn't do it? Why you think this was done? And this is to the court of Joseph Yiman Boakai. And let me start with your Fubi Herons, your historical name, the Herons. Why do you think it took Joseph Yiman Boakai to complete this? If I mean complete, like going to rebury Doe, talking about the 30 men on the pole, talking about Turbo, you can go down and they're going to build a monument, which would be so interesting. But why do you think Joseph Boakai is passionate doing this, but not the others?
Yeah, so for Madam Salif, I wouldn't have expected Madam Salif to do that because Madam Salif was tortured and raped on the orders of Samuel Doe, and she was imprisoned at Bela Yala. So I don't think Madam Salif will honor Doe for doing all of those things to her. And so for that, it's understood. And she was also a victim of the terror of Doe, like many other people that were victims of his act. So I would not expect her to come and say she's going to honor Doe and give him reburial. And she was also part of those that also, like you said, she initiated and told Charles break the mansion down, we'll rebuild it. So I don't think we should expect that Madam Salif will have come to say, oh, let's come and hail Doe for what he did. Nobody would have expected that from her. So and that is understood because she was a victim of his terror, like many others. So on the issue of I will not know why didn't take that initiative. Probably for whatever reason, I don't know why he didn't take it. And during his time, we were more vocal, even with the war crimes court and advocacy, but he downplayed it. And even though the campaign they used that as campaign messages before they got to power. And when they got to power, he said it was not timely. And probably he had his own vision, and so. But when it comes to President Boakai, he also played. I think he served both government. He served in Turbo government. He served in Samuel Doe government. And so he played a major role in these two administrations. So it's just fair that he now being president, I think he owed it to his two bosses. And in the past to give them that honor because the way they killed Turbo, while he was staying in service, and he managed to, Doe talking on without killing him, the other people that died at the hands of Doe, and even those that even supported the war with Doe, like that I didn't talk about, I think Western also. All those guys that came with Doe went after them. At some point, the Western, the Nicola Podio, the Thomas Kwankpa, and what have you. But at the end of the day, President Boakai found himself moving through. So the grace of God took him from Turbo, took him to Samuel Doe, and also brought him to Madam Salif. So he's the perfect person to have initiated this. So I think for the reburial of the two persons, for the Samuel Doe and Turbo.
Thank you, Fubi. Councillor, I mean, what say you? Why do you think we are where we are today with President Boakai now completing this task?
Well, Senator, for me, I don't know whether it was a task that needed to be completed. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know. I got hurt, lost family members. Some of them don't have grave today. So I don't like to talk about this whole thing because for me, I just thinking about now we have put everything behind us already. We never needed to come back for people to be reminded. I think today people it still make some people reminded, even though it's been symbolic. We all see people eating, drinking, and they having end of fun fair and think that it's just something that is going. Well, it's an effort, but I don't see. I don't see for me. I think more the people will love to have jobs, the opportunities. The children of these people who die on the pool, Man United, they were in power for a long time. They had a lot of misrule as well. A lot of things happened. Some people there did a lot of things. Samuel Dokin, he did a lot. Torbo was accused by people, jailed people. A lot of things happened. Liberal past is just, filled with lots and lots of ill will, ill feelings. So I don't know whether this particular one will pull it behind, everyone. But I can't say much about it. I don't. Yeah, I don't see it. I think development. I think opportunities for the people. I think it will better serve. That's what I would say. Reconciliation comes with economic empowerment. I will forget about what happened to my uncle. I will forget about how they almost killed my father. Based on how the country is moving, and I think we are put some of those things behind us because imagine my father was almost killed by Harrison Penner. It was because of Harrison Penner my father left the country on the Dole regime from the Crown ethnic group. We put all of those behind us. Today, I am married to a Crown woman. I didn't. So I just think that I have a Crown child. Saying I'm connected to the Crown people after all of the things that happened, to my father. So I think that we have decided to let it go, and this particular process of bringing it back. I really don't see the significance, but again, other people see it. So I hope it serves the purpose that that it should serve. For me, I reconcile with the people already. I've gone back. I have joined hands with them. We are moving, and so I think let's move on. If this can add to what we have already done, no problem. But who started it? Who didn't start it? Well, that's it. It had reached a point where President Borga saw the need, and the people around him saw the need to push it for it to happen. Others were pushing for one presidential, or holiday or so. Now Samuel Doe has been buried. He's been celebrated, but we continue to celebrate Samuel Doe's birthday. Samuel Doe's birthday, May 6th, a national holiday in Liberia. It has not been repealed. It's still on the book. How many presidents have come and declared it as a push for proclamation for us to celebrate it? But we continue to remember and to remember him. Bad things he did, but he did some good things for Liberia. We continue to remember him to celebrate birthday. So those are things we can look at too. But again, I wish everyone well. As I have reconciled with the people of Grand Juda County, I have some of my best friends from Grand Juda County. I'm now a Grand Juda man. I hope that every single Liberian will think the same, and forget about what happened and move the country forward.
Thank you very much. I mean, that's a great thing. So you got a child, you're married to a Grenadian, and I think it holds a lot. Like people always say, Glenny, I mean, you have some direct part in this thing, and you brought it up. Let's hear you.
So I want to disagree respectfully with Councillor Gu and Fubi. Why we may say, and I was approached many times by the King family to be a part when the families decided to be, yes, the family decided on that. But if Joseph Boyka government did not work along with them, it would not have been held today. I want to acknowledge that. And anybody can say whatever they like, but my acknowledgement is the Joseph Boyka government for allowing the families today of President Tolbert and the 13 people shot and killed on the pole to have some form of symbolic closure by that service today. That service today, that solemn program today meant a lot for me. And while people may think that, oh, this is, and I'm not going to kid myself, and I don't have the expertise that Dr. Richardson have to understand the mindset and people and reconciliation and all of that. But as a human being, what was done today for me was a form or a way, a stepping stone towards reconciliation. It's not left for each of us to say we acknowledge this, we're going to move forward. No one is going, it's not going to be erased. People, families that were killed, they're not going to forget it. It will always be there. People die naturally, we remember them. People die on a gruesome acts, we will still remember them. But today we have to give it to who it belongs to. And the fact that the families were able to gather together, the pictures alone was telling. The site, the driving to that site was even telling, having the polls there, all of those things are not just happening because families did that or they planned it. The government was involved. They were involved in it, and we thank them for doing that. That's hard. I mean, Fubi is equally affected from this as I am. We have families killed, but I don't agree with what he says. I think the Burka government helped with this process. I am saying that they should take it a step further. There should be counseling. There should be other things that Dr. Richardson, they should keep talking about it. This should not, after July 5th, that should not be the end to reconciliation because it's a process. But I also want to recognize something that Fubi said to Ellen Johnson-Sirleaf. I understand we all get hit by things at different places, different times. Ellen Johnson-Sirleaf was former president of Liberia. This reconciliation also, Ellen Johnson started it in 2017. There is a memorial that was built on Duper Road. Funds given by UN, $59,000 that was used for a memorial on Duper Road. And that memorial that Ellen Johnson-Sirleaf, along with UN, did was for the lives that were lost during the war. I get that she may not be able to identify with now, but everybody have to play their role. If we want a Liberia that progresses or that move forward, we have to get somewhere after 45 years to say, we got it. We've been hurt. We've been hit. But our country needs to move on. And that is where I am today. We have to move forward, in my opinion.
Dr. Richardson, let's just take it from there because Glennie laid a lot out. So let's hear you.
I want to say, as Glendy said, the program was symbolic, but it required a president who will actually initiate the War and Economics Crime Court, where people will be able to talk, have a dialogue. Let's understand some of the behaviors that led to us killing 250,000, some would say, persons. Let's make a vow or some kind of commitment to not repeating or not killing people so senselessly because of what you heard about that person, or because that person belonged to another tribe. So we really have to get to the place of reuniting, okay? Speaking about unity all the time in the country. I also want to add that the timing for President Booker seems so right for him to engage families. We heard Madame Doe died during his era. So it would have been odd to me to see figures such as Madame Doe, the first lady, pass away and we don't have any reaction or anything from the government. Likewise, as Fubi correctly said, the family of the people who they killed on the pole and many others who were initially killed because they claimed corruption, they were planning this process a while. We even had them here on this show. I think they did a show here. They came. I've got a lot of calls from, I think, Frank Stewart. He called me many times in terms of the fundraising. And of course, Fubi, I happen to be a very good friend of your niece, Nellie Henricks. So I'm very much aware of what was happening. But the timing was right, okay? That this family set a date to recognize their loved ones during the Buckas era. So I think it makes sense for his government to participate and to go there. So to answer your question, Stanton, the timing is just right. I think it would have been odd if this government was not going to be involved in it. So thanks.
So again, I really like to push, and I know we got the Funati discussion on the Supreme Court and other issue, but let's stick with this, Joe. In everything that is done in Liberia will be about politics. Do you think, Phoebe, Waka play politics in this one?
So firstly, like I said earlier, this is a program that the family were planning ever since before even 2024, election 2024. So there's something, even the polls were removed from the behind the BTC, even before 2024. So today's President Bouaka acknowledgement was for the reburial of former President Torbo and former President Doe, not the 13 men. The 13 men, families on it. So if you even see the book of that was signed today, it was about Torbo. It was not about the 13 men. So the family already had those things ongoing. The removal of the setup of the place at the Baptist seminary. All those negotiations were done by the family and the Baptists. It had nothing to do with Liberian government, past or present. But since the president acknowledged in his 2025 State of the Nation and said a reburial of Torbo and Doe, so it was just perfect for the family to just liaise with the government to ensure that it happened. So the government just tapped into that. But it was something that was already planned. So when we want to give credit, we will not ignore the family that did the planning and say, thanks to the president, thanks to the president. The president only acknowledgement of a reburial of Torbo, not the 13 men. The 13 men and others, their families, all those things you see set up, the family set all of those things up. So it was not Liberian government. Liberian government rule was only for Torbo and Doe. Even the Gazette that was only Torbo and Doe. It's not you not see all the other people in there. And so like I said, politics or not, people always take advantage of the situation. And since it happened during his era, the government got to take some level of credit. And also, government is not a spiritual entity; it's a political entity. So definitely, we say whether he play politics or not, it's fair to give him some level of credit for tapping into that and say, look, since this is something going, let's just seize the moment and ride with it. So that's fair to give him some level of credit. But we cannot ignore the family's own effort. That's something that was well planned from time to time, and all those things were documented. Even the exhuming of the bodies, you saw what happened at the time. The Malasari were even present at the Center Street. So those are all family activity that was planned along. They even now doing DNA tests, and to authenticate the bones to that of family members, so you show that okay, this is what this is for this. All the things are ongoing, so that so we can remove that. From there, the April 22nd Memorial Group, that's the group that have been driving this initiative. And so Nelly is my cousin.
Your cousin. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you.
So, Stanton, I know I heard Cousin Glennie talked about the government allowing the people in her disagreement with us. I don't know what the government allowed them. I think the government just joined them. The government had no option. The government cannot stop them from reburying their people. So they planned their reburial, and the government came in. It was the same time that the president had the plans for the reburial of Doe and Tolbert, former presidents. So they just join in, and I'm sure the government may have made some contribution. That's what I'll be thinking, that the government also made some contribution towards the reburial, ceremony of the 13 persons that were killed on the pool. So whether politics or not, anything politician does, let me tell you, there is no politician who is a philanthropist that go out to do something and say you want benefit. Anybody tells you that thing is that scam. So anytime the politician plan to do something, is benefit that vote, that support base they will get. So there's no more that people will benefit. I was in politics. I was actively engaged in politics. I told people, for now, I'm not humanitarian. When I give support, when I go do project and thing, I expect to get support tomorrow. I will come to you, ask for your vote. I will expect that you will say, "Oh yeah, I remember you for what you did." So yes, whether it is the intent of the person doing it or not, there's still political gain that you're going to get from that. So all we need to look here for here is that, can the country be healed? I'm looking at another side too. If we are bringing a closure, because I think this is a closure, right, of all of these people who think they're happy. Does this suggest that we are moving closer to the closure of the entire Liberian crisis? Where does the war crime code stand still in this particular thing now that we are reconciling with with the people in such form and manner? Do we still need to push for war crime code? Do we still need to talk about accountability, because some of the people who were the cause of the war, we now honoring their burial and say, "Oh, let bygone be bygone." So we have to look at it too, and we'll say from another angle as to closure. What are we closing? Which chapter are we closing? Can we close one chapter and leave another chapter open? But I think the decision to do it was not a bad decision. I just think that, like I said, we must reconcile within ourselves. How some of us have reconciled, we hope that all other Liberians will reconcile the same way, and will move the country forward. What we want now is economic empowerment. When the people have jobs, they're working, they can pay their children's school fees, they can buy whatever they want, they can go for holidays, they come out. They will not be thinking about what happened in 1980. They will not be thinking about what happened in 1990. They will forget it. But when they're hungry and still sitting down, that the things that cause them to be sitting down, and some things still grow, still see people being corrupt, and taking country money and misbehaving, then they will start to think of the past. So I'm more concerned about how we move forward with this. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Glennie, go ahead.
So I know we're I don't even want to look at this as a political move. If we're all saying, if we're saying here, oh, this did not stop at Boyka joined them, and let's not minimize. I also mentioned that the families were involved. I was even Frank, what's his name? Frank Stewart called me multiples of times for the committee. We're not minimizing that. But we also cannot ignore whether the government was going to allow the plot, not allow the
plot. Since they have been trying to find Frank Stewart number. If you have it,
I have it. I think I have it.
Ask him if he want to come on, because he have called and we promised that he should come on. But since then, I don't know what his communication is.
I'll call him after here. I'll call him after here. But we can't. We can't minimize what has happened. The fact that it was even put at a national level with former President Talbot, and all of the accolades that went with it today, all of the accolades that went with former President Doe's funeral and everything, President Boyka traveling and all of those things, we cannot ignore that. I know we may want to say, oh, this is a political move. For me, it's not political. It is not political. And this is not going to close up reconciliation like, oh, this program was held, so we've reconciled. No. It's a process. It's starting. And this reconciliation does not mean there's no impunity. Doesn't mean that war and economic crime code cannot still come. Doesn't mean that people cannot be held responsible for what they did. Then you also look and see to what extent TRC, all of those people, I hope there is a plan after here with TRC people who are in the war, families of the war, counselors, everybody. There's a plan for them to work on this to see how we recover and how we move forward with reconciliation. But we recognize everybody's assistant. Yeah, Chokon, what his name? Chokon Pui from. We want to talk about people who been assistant. Chokon Pui assistant and Mayor. He was very instrumental. He's from CDC. He was very instrumental in getting those light poles.
Thank you.
That was during CDC time. So if we want to call names, we can call names. We can say who all assisted, who all did this. But we cannot ignore the fact that this was able to materialize under Joseph Boyka's government. It's a fact.
So and that's what people going, Glenn. So stick on what we ask you.
It's not political for me.
But let me ask you. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it is political for you. Frank Stewart and others been talking about this, the rebearer of the loved ones, the 30 men, including Tolbert and all the people, right? So they had a whole organization, whole committee set up, right? But then under this, it will have happened under President George Manawia's leadership. He had won the election 2023. Joseph Boyka won, and then as a government, the president is in the fries. But it doesn't mean that the president initiated this. It doesn't mean that the president is championing this because the government came into power. It's the family, it's the organization, it's a Liberal Baptist seminar, theological seminar involvement. Am I correct?
Yes, and I'm not saying that. I've said it over and over. And I said to you, I've talked to Frank Stewart multiples of times. You're talking to someone whose uncle was also on the poll. So I know where this has stemmed from. I know where he has come from. And okay. I'm not saying that we don't give credit to the family. Of course, it's a brilliant thing that they put together to be able, and I think the reason why they even wanted to do that is to help them also with closure. Whether it happened on a Charleston at time or Dortown or Ellington, whatever government it would have happened under, there would have been some form of collaboration from the government to ensure that it went on where. And that is my point.
Thank you. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you. We'll bring Isaac. Isaac, are you with us? Okay. Dr. Richardson, let's hear you.
I would tend to agree with Councillor Good that the president scored political points today. I think it was about politics for him to a certain degree. But for the family, it was about some degree of closure, because when you lose a loved one, psychologically, there isn't, what some might call closure, or it's just, it eases your pain. Okay. This type of barrier eases the pain of the family, but it doesn't exactly bring what we call closure to the family. So whether President Boyka knowingly wanted to score political points or unknowingly wanted to score political points, somebody saw him and said, that man, he looked like he was involved with the family. He's a good man, so we'll vote for him. And he knows that as well. He's a political animal. And so that's why he, was involved. But yes, kudos go to the families. They started this, as I said to you before. Many times Frank Stewart called, we brought them on the show before, they explained the fundraising process and what their intentions of, finding a final resting place for the family members. I do believe, like everyone said, and that there should be people that will be held accountable. There should be a review of the conclusions that were made on the TRC. We did a whole Truth and Reconciliation Commission who studied, our crisis, our Civil War crisis, and they came out with some conclusions. I think they should be reviewed. People should look at that. We should actually go and read that. That should be taught to people in our country, because there's a lot of things, a lot of historical aspects of the TRC that we need to know. I think I might disagree slightly with Councillor Good that he thinks that economic empowerment will stop us from thinking about our loved one. It will stop the memories and all of that stuff. I don't know if that's what you meant, but that's how I interpreted it. I think you're right. Economic empowerment will likely help and support us from going into the state of war and chaos like we did before, because we can say that it was economic disempowerment that led people to fight each other, because some people felt disenfranchised in our culture, in our society. They were marginalized. They felt like they weren't getting the privilege that others got in society. And this is one of the reasons why we had the Civil War in our country. But I think that it doesn't. You can give some people all the money in the world. You know, they can get all the trappings of life, but you once you think about your loved one, your family member, it's hard. It still is hard. So I'm happy for this process. Uh, it's a process that should be followed up with dialogues, communication, constant jingles, billboards in our country, so that we should never go back to wanting to hurt or kill each other or go into a full-blown civil war where people were just they died foolishly sometimes, you know. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
So Dr. Richardson, so Phoebe, let me say Phoebe, stand up, let me just come in for 30 seconds, thank you. So what I meant was that when people are empowered economically, when the country is moving, the zest to revenge is reduced. People will not be thinking about wanting to pay back. They can easily move on with their life. Then when the things that happen to them, to allow them to still be in the same state that they were, assuming somebody, not everybody parents were killed in the pool, 13 persons. The 250,000 persons that died, they were not killed just by by bullets. They got hungry. They died for sickness, malnutrition. People are orphans today. So, but if they are able to fend, if the confusion is created for them to move on, with life, it reduces that, a thought of wanting to revenge or do the same thing that other people did that led them to where, they were. That's the analysis I'm making. I'm not saying you pay people, then they forget, yes.
I called Frank. He said he's actually just getting home from the seminary. So if you want, maybe at another date, he will be willing to come.
No problem.
Yes.
That will be fine. Thank you very much, Glennie. Also, let's bring you in.
Stand up. Am I clear? Am I okay?
No.
Am I clear?
No, you're not.
I said, do you want to talk bad thing about what? Well, like I was saying, the families today, the president only recognized two leaders, Samuel Doe and William Tubber. So the 13 men plus Tubber and the others were purely the families. So if it was just the president initiative, today we're not going to be about former President Tubber. You wouldn't have seen the 13 men. So that's the point I was making. The family's been working on this in the back for a very long time, and the government just tapped into that and took advantage of it. Fair for them, and the government will have done the same thing. So it's fair. You can say the president will get the president credit for that, but the initiative is a family initiative, and the government role only start with Tubber, not the other people.
Okay, I don't listen. You're confusing the heck out of me. I'll open the phone line.
Is that you divided the program into two pieces?
Am I correct to put this picture up? Is there an addition or subtraction to the men here? If we count them, we are counting 13.
Yeah. These are the 13.
Yeah, these are the 13 that were put on the poll. So, Henry, your grandpa will put on the poll too? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Wow. So again, Glennie, who in this picture?
Charles D.B. King.
Where can we find which row, Glennie?
Second line, third person.
Okay, there you go. In the blue suit. So again, I want us to open the phone line. This is about all of us. And let Asa come in and speak very quick. Then we open the phone line. I said, talk to us. I will take the picture down. What you know about this historical. This is historical, to tell you the truth. Then I will say my piece. Asa, welcome. You're muted, Asa.
I said, thank you, Stanton. To our people, please, when you see me in a car on the phone, please stop calling the phone. I beg you. It is the phone we're using
You
to
don't
build
have
this.
Unity Party people
Please.
calling you now, and they will take you.
Yeah, when you calling, you will just be taking me off the call. Please don't call when you see me on the car on the phone. I beg you. Thank you. And sometimes it's a very good discussion we are having. In a discussion, though, for once in our country, let us be realistic to the happenings around us. And not just look at things because we are part of the CDC or part of the UP, or we just want to defend or not defend certain things. The reburial of people, let's make the record straight. I personally attended the signing ceremony where His Excellency Ambassador Kenya serves as the chair for the board of directors of those people who were planning the burial site for Tottenham. I attended it. Stand on the picture that you had where Councillor Pierre Bou and myself were together. That was the program we went on. Government wasn't there. So if you are planning a program that you will be launching in 2032, it means in 2032 you will launch it. No matter who becomes president in 2032, that program will be launched because it is something you started planning from 2025 all the way. So this whole Tottenham thing, President Bouaka and his people ain't got nothing to do with it.
Not Tottenham.
Right, President Tottenham, yeah, that's what I'm saying. President Tottenham stuff. Sorry, I'm not hearing you.
Tolbert,
not Tottenham.
Yeah, I said Tolbert. Tolbert from the place. President Tolbert stuff is not government or President Bouaka. They actually wanted to make it political. The family actually, like Tato Richardson said it right. They needed a final resting place for their relative. They weren't planning it when they started to plan it as a national reconciliation event. No. But well, President Bouaka came in and did his things. But actually, what caught my attention is the fact that initially, before I came on, Stanton, you were asking, why didn't President Weah do? If I ask myself, though, besides the politics of showing like you reburied someone, what's next? In my mind, I will want us to be engaged in activities with real developmental impact that symbolizes remembrance of people. So what did President Weah do? My people, everyone on this show listening knows one place they call the PHP Park. The PHP Park real name is the PHP Unification Park. On that park, there is a monument that symbolizes the remembrance of those who were killed. Those are real developmental impact that brings the past life of people to the forefront. Stanton, I sent you the picture. Can you put it up for me? The one with the name on it and the monument, please. That's where people go and remember events that happened in the past because they will be seeing things today with their eyes. You see this? What you are seeing is the unification square. And that square brings to the forefront our minds of 12 men that were killed back in the days. Who I have loved, 13, I would say, who I have loved for President Bouaka to take empty casket and bury people, or President Weah, I would say, oh yeah, he could have maybe taken 13 caskets and just bury people. But look at the significance and the difference between 13 caskets burying people and actual today's activity you can see and feel as a person who you choose. Like I've always said, President Bouaka 300 times cannot compete with what President Weah did. What you just saw is not just caskets to bury people where no one's in. It is an activity that brings to our mind events that happened in the past. just like what President Boakai did. So President Boakai can bury casket with no one in it, and President Weah can bring development with remembrance of people that actually pass on. So our people, the very truth is, I want President Boakai to take meaningful steps on things that will actually bring national healing identity. Someone told me the president will be thinking about burying Baltimore, William Arrott Yancey, and all of these people. After all of those things, what next? I want the president to follow the footsteps of President Weah, where today you can go at the PHP Unification Park and see something with your eyes and feel something in your spirit. That place was dedicated, not simply because it wanted to be a playground, but it wanted to be a symbol of national unification and national identity that actually brings back today things that happened way in the past.
Thank you, Ashley.
And compare things that are incomparable. And the evidence are glaring, and the evidence are
Let me go ahead. Thank you very much, Ashley, for your contribution. And I want to say to all of you, I'll put this up. Nelson, can you come back on? What you make about the event today in Liberia? Just not only today, the president went grand jury. The president came back. He attended this event, whether it was organized by the family or not. Listen, let me say this. If President George Manawe, the former president, was president today, he was going to attend that program. Election have consequences. You know that. He was going to attend that program because, again, you're going to score political points. These are all of us scoring political points. But the family is the nuclear in this. And the family themselves, you know, they organize it and they put this thing through. So, Nelson, are you in studio? Can you come on? I want to ask our fellow Liberian people whether or not, you know, their own contribution in this. Before we do that, I'm going to run to the commercial. Nelson, can you come on? Thank you. Let me put the commercial up. This commercial is about, I don't know. Okay, let me get some understanding about the commercial, then I'll put it up. They're just saying commercial, but I don't know. There's something about Rose International Academy School. I see young people here, you know, but again, we'll discuss. But just take a look, just read. If I get some understanding from the producer, then we'll talk about this commercial later. But it's a beautiful school, Rose International Academy. Nelson, let me put this picture up, then we go to the phone line. What you make about the event today? Open the line, Nelson. Let's hear people. Let's just hear them, what they make about this program today. And Fubi, you said something, I said though that it was only about Torber and Doe. It didn't include your grandfather, your granduncle. It didn't include, you know, some, you know, all of these members. Is only about the president, the two late president. Am I correct?
Yeah. That was the president's, you know, point for the reburial of Samuel Doe and William Torber. So the National Gazette and even the Book of Condolence that was open for today was only for Torber. It was not for the rest of the 13 men and other guys that were killed on April 22nd along with Torber. So the role of the government was about honoring the death of Torber and Samuel Doe.
So Stanton.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's be balanced in our approach here. I mean, we can say whatever we want. We can say that the program today only was significant for President Torber. That's what President Boakai said. But as you walk the street, there were flyers with the 13 men pictures. There were each of them had a placard of their picture on the way to the seminary. So in some degree, yes, the program was for Torber, but they were also memorialized today because there were pictures from them. The program may not have addressed them individually, but their presence were felt there today because they all had pictures there today on the way to the memorial. Even at the program, their pictures were all lined up. I'm going to share in the chat their pictures. They were there today. Whether they were mentioned or not, they were there.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying the program was not about the 13 men of trouble. I'm saying the government's role. The president's role was for honoring trouble in Samuel Doe. But he keeps saying the same thing over and over. It doesn't matter. I was saying nothing wrong with that.
Let Fubi speak.
I was saying nothing wrong with that. The president said we want to rebury Samuel Doe and William Torber. That's what the president said. He didn't say 13 men. The book of condolence that was signed today by a certain Pavilion was for 12, not for the 13 men. So the family had this thing long going. So the family would not conduct a program today for only 12. So they had everybody planned for that, and that's why they had us start at Baptist Seminary.
Let me ask you a question, Fubi. So this is the program, I believe that's the program that came out today. Official clergy is there, His Excellency. Then you go to prelude, the ascendancy of 13 souls. 13 souls represent the 13 men, right?
Yeah, that's the family program.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So what's the argument now? Because the 13 men were included in the program.
No,
but there was no book of condolence. There was no book of condolence for them. The thing simple. Fubi saying the president of Liberia, the government was focused on 2 persons, Doe and Turbot. The family were planning for the 13 people, including Turbot, who was a member of the family too. In the process, the government came in with the Doe and Turbot, ceremony. So it all landed on today. That's why Turbot, yes. That's what he's saying.
So no, I understand it. I understand it. I think I mean, listen, this is a heavy time, but again, if you see your loved one on this picture, minus Turbot, these 13 men were put on the pole. You know, I have the video, I can play because it's not good. I will not play. Let's just take it way back. It just take it way back. And you understand that I don't know what say you today, whether it was unique, whatever the way politics were put into the program, because people want to score political points. I mean, that's actually what's happened. So as you take a look at them, we just want to say to all of you, I think it's a good discussion. You know, Nelson, we're not open the phone line on this one. Let you pass to another conversation here. Glendy, I'm not Glendy, Dr. Richardson, you want to close up? You want to say anything? We're moving on.
You know, I don't have much to say in terms of the family planning to put their family members to a final resting ground and also to be able to memorialize their family members. But I just wanted to use this opportunity, Fubi, to just, if I could use you for a second, to point out the nature of sexism in our culture. You know, if I were to react or be so passionate about what you believe or how you spoke about your passion just a moment ago, they're going to be all over calling Dr. Richardson's emotion. You know, she's she's crying and all of that stuff. But you know, nobody mentioned the manner in which Fubi was just emotional in a second ago. You know, so I just wanted to add that. And because like you can push and shove all you want. Yeah, you know, you can push and shove all you want. You can say what you want at your business. Okay, at your business.
I know what you were yelling at because that means.
So anyway, Stella, that's what I have to add. My heart goes out to the family. You know, I hope that they find peace, and I hope that our president continue to this reconciliation process. It should not be just a project that he attends. It should not be just about scoring political points, which I do believe that's why he was there today. You know, to score political points. As somebody said, you know, whether he's intentionally or unintentionally wanted to score these points, he did. Okay, so I wish them well.
Richardson, let me interrupt you, right? So Joel makes a political point. I let him put politics in everything because, to be frank, though, these are the little things that
he did.
I get somebody on the phone. Let's listen to them.
Okay, I'll listen and I'll tell you why I think he did.
Good evening and good evening to your guests in studio.
No guests in studio.
Yes, panelists.
Yeah.
I'm George Marshall. So quickly, I want to just make 1 or 2 clarity before we issued. The President's State of the Nation address was very clear, announcing and appointing the committee headed by the Minister of Education that President Turbot and President Samuel Doe were all former president and deserved state burial was not given them. and all other Liberians who was killed, including those 30 men on the pole. At subsequent time, we will give a state burial. And that's why the minister reiterated today that July 5th was going to be a symbolic Thanksgiving service for all other Liberians who, including the 30 men who was killed. There are thousands of Liberians who got killed during the Civil War. So that was, events of program during the president last of the national address. That's why I just want to make that clarity fully.
So you see your name, George Marshall. What's your name from Minnesota? What's your other name? You laugh again, bad man. See you later. All right, no, but I think you came up with some very, very unique point there, though. Seriously, that again, we understand why the president honored the two former presidents, those that died. We want to say to all of you, we want to stop this fight, but welcome you to the show. Yeah, go ahead, Richard.
Ask me a question of what about Judge? We are missing a political point there, and I think he did. I mean. I said to try to help him a few minutes by bringing up the PHP Unity Park, to our memory. But, when George Weah did it, it would have been so nice if he would have included the families. Okay, maybe he did. I don't remember having the gathering of families that we had today. That would have definitely helped him. And also keep that program in the memories of the Liberian people mind talking about it. But that PHP Park, it just seemed like it was just built for one of his last projects. One of the we saw that even that project was outsourced to a private company to maintain. We talked about that as well.
Richard said, I think we got to go because 7 p.m. will be all right here. But let me ask you though, and this goes to anyone. You guys can jump in. Dr. Richard said, I'm not saying Joe we are inexperienced. I'm not saying Joe Weah have Flagger J behind him. I do believe that he has some Flagger J, but Joe Weah has some smart people behind him. I'm saying something with Bwaka. The president is scoring these little political points, here, there, small, yama, little here, little there, and people are buying into it. Look what happened about the Doe Rebel. Say anything you want to say. 130,000 went to the family. The president drove to Grand Judah County. Grand Judah is the home of George Manuel Weah, like CDC would say. Nobody can take Grand Judah away from George Manuel Weah. But the president entered the dungeon. The president came out. Ever since about October, the people on the pole, the executed people who are picking them, 4 or 5 year old, eating biscuit. Why they were killing 13 people we didn't know. We read this in history. Now we begin to understand. Guess what happened? The president hit Joe Weah on this thing again. Fubi said Madam Sani couldn't do it because of the political, situation between she and Doe or maybe all of it. Yeah, we understand. But why Joe Weah couldn't capitalize on these things? And this thing is setting the President George Manuel Weah record back. That Joseph Yema Bwaka is more advanced and experienced leader. He knows when to strike. I know you disagree with me, but it's something that is happening. This family, they have 13 people. Look at what Glennie is so passionate. She cared less about the politics, but she happy this was done. Look at the 13 men we pulled up. The family will remember under whose administration this was done. Who went for the signing of the book of condolences? Do you think that this is about experience? President Bwaka is using his 42 or 47 years experience in this direction. No, let me bring in Paul Kennedy because I trust that Richard to the answer. Paul?
That's so good.
Tento, good evening. How are you? Good evening to everyone. Thank you. Good evening to the Liberian people. I think President Bwaka, the initiation of the activity, the reburial of the former President Doe, the burial, the ceremony of former President Torba, and all of his cabinet ministers. It's a big thing. It's a good thing. We're still missing some part. my uncle, Osa Bengu, was chased. He fell in a bush by Yulimoke. He died. We were never able to find his body. We went back almost a year later to collect his bones to go bury them. My elder uncle, Joseph G. McKay Sr., throat was cut. They laid him down in the town and cut his throat. Before his kids. Several of us lost people in this useless, senseless war. I mean, people who we depended on. My elder brother who brought me to Monrovia, Patrick Kennedy. People from Samuel Doe regime, one General Alfred Glay came and arrested him on September 13, 1985. Say he was jubilating here in Charles Blaine after the war or after the attempted coup. We never saw Patrick again. Never. So many of us got hurt over the period of this 3 or 4 decades. So President Barker started doing well. The part we are missing is the ordinary people. Are they going to hold a reconciliatory rally or sorry to the people? What are they going to tell us? Who did not have any part to play? None of my uncles worked in government. I mean, Patrick, my elder brother, was a CID officer, so maybe they killed him because he was a police officer. But the rest of Uncle Joseph McKay, Osa Benko, who was just cutting his grass in a yard. What about all those people? So this is a good start by President Boakai. But now they need to sit down and craft a plan, a holistic one, how it is inclusive of all of the Liberian people. Because I don't know about everybody, but a lot of Liberians were hurt during this war. A lot. And you know what hurts me most, Stanton? That the whole war started because of corruption. People were rampant, corrupted, and have we ended corruption now?
So we'll come to that. Importantly, you talk about the other people. You talk about the other people, and somebody raised it here before you came on. And I think the quarter that called in George Marshall,
July 5th.
July 5th.
There's a program July 5th.
There's a program coming on, and they are saying to everybody. And I think this government, what I'm hearing, right? We will get to that point that we'll find some lasting solution in the terms that people will see exactly what the government trying to do when you talk about unification. Now we talk about President Whitton R. Talbot, Honorable Cyril Bright, Joseph Chisman Sr., Vanny Dempster, C.C. Dennis Jr., Richard Herons, Charles D.B. King, D. Franklin Neal, P. Clarence Parker, James Phillip, James A. Pierre, John W. F. Sherman, Frank Stewart, A.B. Talbot, Frank Talbot, A. Reginald Thompson, General Charles Raleigh. I mean, these are great men. Great man was put on a pole. Whatever the case may be, their children, their grandchildren remain with us today. And as a Liberian, most people will not forget this. But something, directly or indirectly, the president is championing something Jose Yaman Boakai is winning. And the people, and we as a Liberian, the family, I can see some satisfaction coming from them. Let me ask Honorable Akaris Green, welcome to the show. Do you think President George Manneh, we have made a mistake here, not to seize the moment? We end with you, then we will move on to other conversation.
I don't even understand why President Weah is being discussed, because it's an outcome of peace. President Weah's peace presentation to the country didn't start with his presidency. They are public record. Dr. Sawyer appointed him as so-called ambassador to construct the peaceful image of Liberia out there when he was flying the flag of Liberia. Okay, President Salif appointed him as peace ambassador. He disarmed Liberians. These generals could not give the arm to even ECOMOG in Liberia, and he had to move into hard zones, the Guthries and other areas where those fighters were. So UNICEF won't even use him as peace ambassador. So I don't understand when people talk about, because he even built the essence of the construction of the unification pact in PHP that symbolizes some of the very things the government talking about today, right behind the military barracks there, the OBDC. That's the essence of constructing a unification pact, where you see the monument, where you see a special site for bringing Liberians together. Because mind you, you had uncountable number of chiefs in Liberia who were being executed because of resistance against central government, of huge taxation, etc., from Sando County and other areas. Okay, you know about the 13 persons that were also executed beyond the BDC barracks. So a lot of wounds people have had in Liberia. So one of the essence of the construction of that unification pact, where President Sirleaf went to dedicate, because she did the dedicatory program, ceremony at that moment, was also geared towards reconciling, putting the past behind, and remembering some of the things that occurred in our country, okay? Because trust me today, a reconciliation does not negate justice, does not mean that you cannot have justice, okay? Justice is a component of reconciliation. As a student of international peace building, okay? A lot of factors when it comes to reconciliation. So if this government start to rebury other people, I don't see it as a miss, because I don't want to get into the politics of it, to be frank with you, because some people are even questioning, okay, whether Prince Johnson's statement was Samuel Doe, whether it was Samuel Doe in the casket, for example, Tobo, whether the boom was still found there, for example, because there was a mass grave, you know, those people were there. So I don't want to go into that, but I think anything that will bring the country together, that will bring Liberians together, I don't think President William missed anything. I don't think President Ellen Johnson missed anything. It was just a matter of time. Okay, everyone played their role in different manner and in different form. That's what I see, and that's where I stand tonight.
I beg to question something real quick. So on this topic, so President Bwaka is talking about reburying Tober. Councilor Go, I want you to speak if you can. Reburying Doe and talking about we need to close that wound. But on the other hand, the folks that Paul Kennedy is saying war crime code, we lost our family member. How can President Bwaka balance this both? War crime code on one hand to prosecute the second group of people that brought war in the country, but yet and still the allegation about the Toba, the Doe, and all of them, you know, receiving decent burial now. How can the president balance this out, Councilor?
Well, I think the move to, there are two things. First thing, the president moved to call for the establishment of the court. That is to satisfy those who were victimized in the process. Then he moved to bury the because the same platform that he used to call for the establishment of the code was the same platform that he used to talk about the burial of of Doe and Tobert, which was the inauguration platform, January 22, 2024. So I think he had a plan to do it two ways. While we are, moving for accountability, we can also be moving for maybe some kind of a reconciliation on the other side as well. So when I spoke earlier, my point was I'm hoping that this does not undermine the accountability, side, because maybe when these people decide to let this go, whether it is a closure or it's just like a funeral ceremony where your child died, they do autopsy, and then you take the body and bury the body, but you still go to court, right? So if that is the case, then we still believe that they can go to to testify, in any proceeding that will come up. But if it is about, look, let's forget about this thing, let's put it behind, or let's move forward, it's done, then it will undermine the process, because these people may not be willing again to come to stand out in court if there's any court to come and testify.
Yeah.
So those are the areas that we're looking at. Yeah. So we have to look at it, carefully. And see
I'm
how
trying.
we
Yeah, and I want us to balance this argument consider, because something it's that people say, okay, but what really the president want? Are we just talking about peace closure, moving on, or are we still going back to the war crime court? Because if you go back to the war crime court, you're going way down the line. And as per the TRC report, a lot of people, then you're opening all the Bandura bags again, you're opening all wounds. Right, Fubi? So what really President Barker, how you think he's going to, outline this? We talk about the peace first, we talk about reconciliation, we talk about reburial, then boom. Here come war crime court. Bring the people to justice. Which is which?
Yeah, so all this reburial will not solve the healing process. And because even you have memorial service for the whole country, it's still not going to solve the problem. Because people see people that actually did them harm, walking and passing. Today, I think you could see some of those children now passing and happily jumping around Liberia. Why? The only time you saw them because Prince Johnson died. But Prince Johnson was alive, you never saw anyone there around besides those junior. All the other people ain't hiding. But now you can see them proudly coming out because people want some level of there's a fear, that fear. And you look around also that people that see people that actually harm them. You see them passing around. Like I remember what when the war crime school petition at the Capitol building. I led that petition. And several times I went there to push the legislature. This guy's daughter, the council rebel daughter, he actually asked me, you guys sure this thing will come? I really want that to come because this guy killed my father. So there are a lot of people that still want to see that justice, at least that those that killed them, some of them still walking around happily. You got a few days ago, you saw butt naked, threatening Yeke. There are people that actually suffer at his hand. Today, he passes around with big show that he's an evangelist. But you saw him a few days ago telling Yeke that he doesn't give being threats. A lot of other guys are around doing that same thing. So people actually want justice. Even if it mean for a day to see some of those guys handcuffed and put in jail, people want to see that. So, but the government started not winning because the government looking for donors to fund them. That's the problem.
Yeah, Glenny, will there any burial done today, or they're going to wait to do autopsies on those bones and do DNA also?
I don't think there were any bodies today. I think today was symbolic.
Okay.
It was a symbolic thing done today. I think they have pictures of the different people who, along the way, going towards the seminary to the site that was done. I also don't think, people keep bringing about whether Samuel Kanyan's bones were in his casket. I think these things are just symbolic. I don't think it's something where they're going to go get.
Are they going to do some DNA testing?
I don't know what the families do. I know the family at one point in time, because I really was not involved. I know the family at one point in time was thinking they want to be able to have a full closure. So they want to be able to see how they can link each body with DNA and make sure that they have something that is representative of that.
Report you right. They say some of the remains of the Moses Funeral Home. And for testing, that's what I'm getting. And also the government gives $70,000 to the family, to that organization. Now, these are unconfirmed reports. Please confirm. The government contributed $70,000 to the committee for this entire program. And I think doing that to do some DNA testing that are riches, I think it's the best way to go. Just to make sure that things will be done orderly and we know who bones remains. So, with more information coming in, we hope to have Frank Stewart, whenever he can, missing each other. But again, the government for this program contributed $70,000, and the process remains for some testing. This is the official Gazette from the Liberian Official Gazette, Extraordinary, Dr. William Conrad Shutter Tuckman. From then on, we're putting the one for October, and again we'll move ahead. But these are some historical. So for you that just joining us, you know that Tuckman before October, then October to Doe, then Doe to Chastero, if you want to say in that order per election. Then you ran through from Chastero. Now there's a confusion whether it was the Pape that came there, whether not the Pape, or whether we're including on the map. Then we run straight to Madame Salif. And, from Madame Salif, now you come, George Manawia. From George Manawia, we get President Boyka. So a lot of stuff is at stake. And we want to say, thank you for joining us on this great conversation. We're so happy to have you. This is so confusing. We hope the government historian can come together to tell us exactly the order of the presidency. There's an argument as to whether Judy Bryan or whether the vice president of Taylor was a president. What's his name?
Moses Blau, president.
Moses Blau, president. Because Taylor was elected, so therefore his vice president took over. So you cannot.
President.
Say that?
Moses Blau became president.
Moses Blau, president. Interim president.
Yeah. So how many interim leaders? How many interim leaders?
Moses Blau, not interim president. Moses Blau was president.
How many interim leaders we had? I didn't say Moses Blau. I'm saying how many interim leaders we had. We had Sawyer. We had Judy Bryan.
We had Pomapo. We had Walter Sagalo. We had Ruth Perry. And we have this guy, Judy Bryan. Sagalo, yeah. Walter Sagalo. Dave Pomapo. And Ruth Perry. Then
it is, folks. If you ask somebody right now, I'm gonna say, people would be confused because I think our people should help us understand, help the young one understand. When you name in the president, you say Joseph Jiggy Rouse, Ali Benson, that'll be one of James SP, then you come down. Then we take a break and leave a gap because they don't know how to call their name. Then we'll say Topman, Doe, then we'll go to Chastera. Then legally, after Chastera,
Moses Blau. After Moses Blau, Ellen.
No,
Ellen Joe,
making confusion. You see that?
After Moses Blau, Ellen.
Yeah. Stand on. Let me take 30 seconds on on the closure and reburial.
No, go there. We're trying to set this thing in order, Paul. You want to skip it? You don't know your president of Liberia.
What do you call president? I mean, the thing is outlined.
After Moses Blau, Ellen.
Before 1990 was Samuel Doe. When Samuel Doe left from there, they have 4 interim presidents. Amon Sawyer, David Pomapo, Ruth Sando Perry, and Walter Sangawolo. After Sangawolo became the President Taylor, 1997 election. When Taylor left,
after Sangawolo Perry. After Sangawolo Perry.
There you go. There you go.
So Perry was the last president before the election.
Who took us to the 1997 election?
Ruth Perry was the election. Taylor became president. When Taylor left, Moses Blau succeeded him because he was vice president in the chair. Yeah, so when Taylor out,
we all know that Ruth Perry took us.
Yeah. So thank you guys again. We'll come back to do some civil classes here. It's very important for us to remember. Let's welcome our brother.
Can we agree that we have only one interim president?
Emma Sawyer.
No.
One interim president.
President.
They're not chairman, president.
No
interim president.
You have president. That choice of what?
No. Pomapo had chairperson.
Can we come in?
Judy Bryan had chairperson. You have a vice. You have a chairperson.
That choice of what? That choice of what?
Guys, wait 1 minute. Councilor, you got it, Flo. Make your point.
Okay. We have one interim president, and that was Dr. Amos Claudius Sawyer, whose vice president should have been Peter Nanga. But when the late Prince Johnson, I think, refused to allow him to take office. So Sawyer became the
man, Bishop Dix. And he declared.
The next group of people were the councils. There were councils like 5-man council, Pomapo all had the councils. Then came Chairman and Bryant. He was the chairperson and vice chair. They didn't call him president. He has chairperson and vice chair. There was not council, chairman and vice chair. But all the rest of the people, Pomapo, Rusano Perry, or what the other name, Wotan Sangawulu were all chairperson of the council. That whole council they had.
Thank you very much. So
I got a different view about it.
We got to go.
There is not facts. There is not facts. There is not facts, Councilor.
Let's go to Grace, guys. I beg you. Let's go to Grace. We'll go to you.
Gentlemen, I want to 30 seconds to make that closure.
Yes, sir. Let's go to Grace. Grace, make your point.
We are interim leadership of Liberia during the civil crisis. All of those people were interim head of state of the Republic of Liberia. They were not elected. That's why they say interim government. All the interim government had different nomenclature. For example, you had the interim government of national unity, you know about that. So Dr. Sawyer was an interim president, like Ruth Perry, Sangawulu, okay? These people were all interim head of state of the Republic of Liberia. They issued about the vice president to Chancellor is this. Chancellor tenure had not ended like Ijiro in the history of the country when he was deposed in 1871. Okay, so the vice president had to get inducted into office to complete the term, that tenure. So similarly, with the vice president to Chancellor, who had to complete an end Chancellor term, and then before the interim administration came in, okay, and that interim administration, you know, Julie Bryan headed that interim administration that came in. So all of them have been interim president, whether you like it or not.
That's great.
No.
Wait, I beg you, Councilor.
Not lawyer Benny.
The peace agreement did not say, the peace agreement said president for Sawyer, the rest is council and chairperson.
Let me ask you a question. A lot of the same questions are going to ask you.
Okay.
Brian, he was chairman on national transitional government. It didn't say interim government.
There was interim government.
Let's go exactly what it said. What brought the, no, great. Wait now. I beg you.
Can I help Grape?
No, Jason, we got to mute you because you get bad feedback. You're copy. I just want, Brother Gray, I want you to answer the question. The only document that we have, the only interim president was Sawyer. That said interim.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
As a teacher of
You want me to change my position?
I want to say this. Can I finish? Yeah, can I finish? The nomenclature were all different, but they were all interim head of state of the country. We have, for example, you talk about the MTGL government. You are absolutely right. That was the nomenclature. But that does not presuppose that they were interim, waiting to go to another transition. That's why they call them interim governments of the Republic of Liberia.
Who called the interim government?
It didn't matter. That's it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Who called the interim?
Judy Bryan was not an interim government.
It doesn't matter. Who called the interim?
When I hold on, gentlemen,
Julie Bryan was a transitional chairman, not an interim. It was different. A different thing. Go back and look at the document.
Send the law in the chat.
That choice of words. That choice of words. Transitional and
appointing all the ministers, anybody making recommendation. Edmond Sawyer was appointing all the ministers, anybody making recommendation.
Excuse me.
Let the lawyer talk.
No worrying fashion was sending people to become ministers. Edmond Sawyer was alone appointing the government. No, Edmond Sawyer alone. Edmond Sawyer alone was appointing all the people in government. Nobody was making recommendation.
Let's do this. Everybody will have the time to speak. Okay. No, guys, hold on now. It's very important. I know we got other story to go to. What we reach to that. Honorable Gray, we'll give you the time to speak, but please use your remaining 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, but then just give me time. Look, starting all of the governments during the civil crisis were interim administration. All of the government. The nomenclature that they gave to the government doesn't matter because they came different government. all of those who were the head of state had appointing power. Whether it was a power-sharing government, Dr. Sawyer was not a power-sharing, they put him there. So it doesn't mean because like even Judy Bryant, you had to recommend to Judy Bryant, the factions had to recommend to Judy Bryant, and Judy Bryant would do an appointment. That was the procedure, okay? And interestingly, I worked in that government also at the legislature, so I know exactly what I'm talking about. As a teacher of history in Liberia, who taught for 9 years in this country, all of those administrations are all interim administration. It doesn't matter whether somebody call it interim government or national unity, national transition. That's why they use the word transition. It was a transitional term. It was an interim term. So people just playing on war on the show today, okay? But when it comes to a constitutional president, you cannot put Dr. Sawyer into a constitutional president because he was not elected. You cannot put Ruth Perry into a constitutional head of state of Liberia because they were all not elected. That defeats the purpose. That's why when you name the presidents of the Republic of Liberia, that's the elected presidents, the people who cut out to the students, then they get an interim government or national unity.
Thank you. We'll give everybody 30 seconds. We gotta move on to the last topic.
That recent history book that is
Honorable Great, thank you very much. We'll give everybody a chance. Dr. Richard said, let's hear you. Let's start in this order. Everybody will have the 30 seconds. Just on the civil issue, what say you?
It's a great conversation, something that we can probably Google or look in the history book. So I don't really tend to, I don't engage in this kind of conversation, and some may see me as maybe not understanding the politics of Liberia, but this is a moment where I just actually reserve my comments and don't really engage because these are all written history that we can go and analyze and put our thoughts and words to, as opposed to having a talk for 30 minutes of the Liberian people's time talking about it. So that's why I wanted to say, Stanton. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Should I get to you, Councillor? I mean, make your 30-second point here now.
We're talking there. Nobody's saying that Sawyer was a legitimate president. No. I want to ask a question about interim presidency. I ask a simple question. Can we say we have one interim president? And that was Amos Sawyer. Let me answer the question. We're not discussing that Sawyer is part of the chain of presidency with Joseph Jenkins Rawa, Stephen Ale Benson. No. Sawyer controlled the executive alone. That what made him interim president compared to chairperson of council. Sawyer alone could appoint, dismiss. He did not need to refer to anybody. He didn't need recommendation from anybody. He had a vice president. They were trying to follow the constitutional provision when they formed the interim government of national unity. And they made Sawyer interim president. They call him president. And then Peter Nanga should have been the vice president. When it came to the order to the council, they called them chairpersons. Because what? The chairman of the council worked with other vice chairs that ran the government. So he had the power to appoint, but not to just pick up somebody from anywhere. No. They will make recommendations from all of the warring faction. The same way it came to Judy Bryant. Judy Bryant, they did not give him the presidency. They gave him the chairmanship so that the warring parties, Law, Model, and other people had ministries and agencies under Judy Bryant. All Judy Bryant needed to do was to take the nomination from them and he announced it. That's all. So that what made the Sawyer government more powerful than that of those other governments. That's why Sawyer printed money. Sawyer printed money. None of those interim government printed one leaf.
What is it? Very interim government.
So
that's a difference. That's a difference.
Councillor, when you leave, I'm seeing people leaving out Tamatilo, your uncle.
My great grandfather, not uncle. He was member of the council.
Okay. Tamatilo, councilman.
Yeah, he was councilman.
Okay. So I want to say to all of you, man, we got to move on. Check the history. It's very important for us to add, but let's give Paul Kennedy.
I taught in school now.
Paul, talk to us, Paul Kennedy.
You teaching wrong history. You teaching wrong history.
Thank you guys. We got to rush our other topic. Paul,
You don't. What you don't know, you don't argue. You're a false teacher.
Why are you speaking?
What
before you? You don't argue.
All
I
right,
was there before you.
let me bring the next conversation. We want to discuss this issue about the retirement of the Chief Justice. You understand that the president, welcome to the show, Conor Gray. I want to say let's change conversation because I don't want this to go the other way today. We got some hot topic. Again, tomorrow, probably, Funati Kofa and the rest of the other lawmakers will be rearrested because now the government saying they get a new indictment. So let's talk about that. Then we'll talk about whether Sienna Yo is about to retire. This thing about Sienna Yo, her birthday came, she danced, she celebrated. But what is in the Constitution? Article 72B. What exactly is saying? Will Sienna Yo step back? The president had made a nomination. Will the Senate confirm and commission Justice Bese? Let's try to squeeze these two in real quick, and then we will have a day. We want to say thanks to all of you joining us. Continue to share the show. I want to bring up this conversation real quick. What are you hearing? Now, I can also announce there's a deputy minister from the Internal Affairs Ministry willingly resigned today. Reason why she resigned yesterday, reason why she resigned, I think if we have time, we'll let you know. She woke up in the morning yesterday, she resigned. She presented a letter to the executive mansion. She said, I'm out of here. My working relationship with Friends of Humanity is just not good. It's very bad for my health. It's very bad for my diplomacy. It's very bad for what I need to do. The president felt bad. The president tried to offer her something in the car, something somewhere else. She said, I don't want it. I'm resigning in peace. I'm leaving in peace. I reached out to her, but she said, you know what? I don't want this to be on the news. I said, but it's already on the news because I'm told. I'm sorry, I have to announce it. But I will not call her name. You can go ahead and find her. She's a deputy minister. She was a deputy minister at Internal Affairs. Her working relationship with Friends of Humanity put her in an awkward position, and she had to step aside. So she resigned. Maybe before the show, I will give you a full name. But let's go back to this issue that we are talking about. One, where are we considered? Just the basic nomination and the retirement of the Chief Justice Sienna Yo. Today, Samuel Tuakunis go in there for any argument, any legal proceeding. They had to send him today because whether it will be just a basic or whether it will be Sienna Yo, they say, my man, go and we're ready for you. Samuel Tuakunis went home today. Councilor?
So, Stanley, if you want me to talk about what happened in the Samuel Tuakunis case today, then it will be difficult for me.
No. I'm setting the scene that Samuel Tuakunis didn't see anybody. I'm saying let's talk about the retirement of Sienna Yo and the nomination of Justice Bese.
The Chief Justice of the Republic of Lapola, please pull up Article 72B. The Constitution says upon a retirement, however, that a justice or judge who has attained that age may continue in office for as long as may be necessary to enable him to render judgment or perform any other judicial duty in regard to proceedings entertained by him before he attained that age. There's some words not there. So when you retire, when you reach at age 70, you're supposed to retire, or they say you can hold on. You can still be there for a necessary period of time to complete. Probably you have some matters before you need to rule on. Some matters you entertain, you need to complete, so you can complete it for that period. So you are there until you complete those things. However, the person who is nominated, when that person goes for confirmation, why are you sitting down? Because it says may. It says shall. It says may. Why are you sitting down and that person goes for confirmation hearing? That person is confirmed by the Senate. The president appoints that person and commissions that person. Your time over. Pack your load and go. The person will be inducted into office and they'll become the new Chief Justice. Whatever that was left there will be completed by people who will be there. So the current Chief Justice, she has matters before her. The law said she may sit as necessary. She can choose not to sit. She can choose to say, well, I want to take my retirement, I want to leave. She can choose to remain, to continue to hear any of those matters and take decision. But when the nominated person is confirmed and appointed and commissioned, it means that the office devolved on that person now, and the outgoing Chief Justice is actually outgone. We move from outgoing to outgone. That is the process that I know.
So I want to go to the congressman here, the Representative Gray. Representative Gray, what's going on here? Because Senator ran to the court, Representative Gray, and he had a court scheduled today, July 1st. But he said, man, go home. Why any further document, nothing? They said, Senator, it's not your fault, go home. But the government is saying that CNAO shouldn't preside over this case. And you follow this story today. Talk to me, Honorable Gray.
I believe this government been waiting for CNIO to depart, the Chief Justice of the country, so that they can take cases to those who they think that can give them the kind of justice they want as a government. And a glaring example is that there with the president appointment of the current Chief Justice to be confirmed, you see it's a visible thing that officials of government, appointed officials, everybody's celebrating. It's a public record. You go on the social media, you see people celebrating. Okay, who are the people who are celebrating? Does that even bring reconciliation to a good extent? You're talking about reconciliation. Okay, so my thing here is that the president has the prerogative under the laws of Liberia to appoint and to dismiss, but he cannot dismiss such person. Okay, these justices of the Supreme Court, they have to be impeached from office by the legislature and then removed by the Liberian Senate. So I cannot question the authority of the president, not just President Boyka, to appoint if there's a vacancy. Like you said, if the Chief Justice resigns, the current Chief Justice, if she resigns, it gives the president the green light to appoint. So, Tuer going today, in fact, my understanding from what I read, I've not spoken to Samuel Tuer today, from what I read, they said that the Chief Justice is conflicted. I think the government lawyer argued that the Chief Justice should recuse herself. So if you're recusing yourself, it means that you are conflicted. That's the argument. I don't know the basis of the argument. So maybe predicated upon that, Tuer had to come by because maybe there's an argument about the current Chief Justice being conflicted. Okay, I mean, that lawyers will do that. They get away and the lawyer is here. He could tell you what it is. But I will not, let me repeat, question the authority of the president to appoint. If there is any disagreement about the president nominating, in fact, not appointing, nominating, if there's any disagreement, we take the fight to our elected officials like the Senate who will be doing the confirmation if we have disagreement on that. And I think that's where political parties should go for the record sake. Like the Unity Party did under the CDC-led administration, when President we are nominated, National Elections Commission, people to the LRA, for example, people to the Supreme Court bench, for example, they ran to the Liberian Senate. The Senate said they were not confirming them, and they did not confirm them. So if we in the opposition have issues, I don't think we got to come to Senate, but can we just for the record's sake and say, look, we don't think that this person should be confirmed. That's the issue. But the third issue, I see as a pure political issue to buy time for the new Chief Justice to get inducted into office to sit over that case. And he seemed like a big Unity Party supporter. He seemed, I'm not saying he is. Though the argument, the counter argument could be President Seti appointed him, like I see. President we are also appointed him. Like I see the argument, and now today, President Boyka has appointed him, but he was first appointed by the Unity Party, the CDC King elevated him. I do agree with that. But he seems, in my opinion, as more of leaning towards the presidency of the country with his dissenting opinion, say in the public light on the Fonati case amongst his colleagues.
So that's why. Do you think he's a safe pick?
Whether he's a wild, I didn't get it.
Do you think he's a safe pick? Do you think as an
No,
opposite?
I don't believe. But I will say this much to you: I don't believe. I may just play the devil. Okay, some people may not agree with me, but in the United States of America, the Supreme Court bench, you will hear people talking about Republicans.
Why you don't believe? Why you don't believe?
You will hear people talking about. No, he has publicly, especially on the Fonati case, most of the conversations behind the scene and his public disagreement on the basis of the law, expressing a strong dissenting opinion where the president was going or the president went. It's on the basis of that I believe the president.
Do you think it was a mistake for Joe Weah to reappoint him?
No, I don't think. I think technically some of the appointments on the Supreme Court bench from Ellington to Weah time had to do with geographic balance.
So do you think it was a mistake for Joe Weah to appoint him?
I don't see it as a mistake. That's him.
Is it a mistake for Joseph Boakai to appoint him?
No, when you say a mistake, I don't want to use the word mistake. I'm saying I think he's compromised.
Was he compromised prior to being appointed by Josh Weah?
No, he didn't demonstrate that on the Supreme Court.
Was he compromised prior to being appointed by Josh Weah?
I say I didn't see him being. I didn't see prior to being appointed by Josh Weah.
Yeah,
he was a member of the Supreme Court bench.
Was he compromised? Was he compromised then?
Prior to, I didn't really follow him like that. I won't lie.
Was he compromised on his turn on the Josh Weah?
Prior to, I didn't follow him like that. Prior to President Weah appointment.
When Joe Weah turned, was he compromised?
I didn't see him demonstrating that, but I've seen him demonstrating that under this.
So only Joseph Boakai time he compromised.
I say I've seen him demonstrating that.
That's what I'm saying. Only Joseph Boakai time you have seen him compromise.
Yes, indeed, yes.
Richardson, let's talk about. No, respect. Seriously, I do respect your opinion. Yeah, Dr. Richardson, let's talk about Justice Gbese and that of the Rick Monroe going on. But take a snap at what Grace saying. He wasn't compromised at the end. Joseph Boakai time, so he's compromised. But anyway, talk to me. Let's hear you, man.
Well, first I want to say there is a discrepancy in the Article 72B that I saw. On the one hand, it says that this person can retire. Okay, the Chief Justice and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court and Justices of subordinate courts of record shall be retired at the age of 70. So it says that shall be retired at the age of 70, provided, however, that a justice of judge who has attained that age may continue in office for as long as may be necessary to enable him to render judgment or perform any other judicial duty in regard to proceedings entertained by him before their attained age. So it's saying that if you have the clarity to work, to provide judgment on other cases that came before you, then why do you need to? Then why would you not want to continue? You know, it's saying that because the reason why you retire because it's saying that you don't have the clarity. That's why you retire at 70. So it's confusing to me. There's some discrepancy in that.
There's no confusion.
I'm sorry.
There's no confusion that I'm raising.
There's a big ambiguity. It's not clear.
Whenever the framers of the law put the law, whenever the framers of the law put the word provided, however,
they are in error. Yes. Him. So when a man can be lawyer in the court, you need to rewrite some of their old terms.
Yeah, but Paul Kennedy will not pass that. Will not pass that general thing now. Will not pass that thing, general. Even the constitution says he will pass that thing ever since Paul. What we're saying is that I'm raising the point that there is confusion.
You cannot say somebody will turn 70 and they lack clarity, but then you say you got clarity to continue because to make judgment, you cannot say that.
That's what I'm saying. So there's
give Dr. Richardson a chance. Let's give Dr. Richardson a chance.
The court is saying that person may have some lapses in their clarity, in their clinical, in their legal judgment. I was going to say clinical because I'm so used to that. Yeah. In their legal judgment. That's why they're saying. That's why we let people retire because at 70. Okay, but then you can't say at the same time, I'm going to let you retire because you have some lapse in your judgment, but you can continue, however, provided you can continue because of cases that came before you. So the same mind that you use to decide and make judgment about those cases that are before you will be different than the mind that you make before, yes. So that's why the discrepancy. And then
thank you, Council. I want to keep it for last. Let's finish.
Good. I think the difference between you and I is that I don't see people who make laws as gods and people who are, all omnipotent. I don't see that. I believe that they can make mistakes. I believe that people are open and they are humans. So you just see when there's something's written because it's written and that's it. I can challenge that anytime. Yeah, all the time. So that's why I want to say,
Councilor, thank you. Councilor, just
challenge. No. What the going on? You challenging
again, Councilor, take your pen and paper and allow all of us to speak. You're the only councilor on the show. You are the only councilor on the show. Just be patient. We'll give it to you for you to help us understand. I beg you, Councilor.
So the third point that I want to make is that the president appointed basis so far. We saw it in appointment letter. And in that letter, my concern is the manner how he's instructing the Senate to please confirm, speedily confirm Justice Basis. I think I saw that letter yesterday in reviewing different stuff relating to Liberia. I think that when you make a recommendation to the court, you should talk about the person, history, their work experience, their competency for the job. I don't think that you should be telling the court, the Senate, to please confirm this person because you like this person. You shouldn't be telling the Senate how to do the work. And that's what I wanted to add. So,
Richardson, thank you guys. I beg you, Councilor, we'll keep you for last. We'll give you the last word.
By the way, I just want everyone to know I'm not angry. This is how I talk.
Let's just go ahead. This is very, very important. But let me make a quick correction. On whose ticket? Associate Justice, or he wasn't Associate Justice at the time, Glendy. Basically ran as a sedition in 2011 in Nimakante for the senatorial seat. Oh, but then he wasn't corrupt. I'm going to go back to the CDC fake argument that basically this guy, this woman, this Associate Justice ran as a sedition. But at that time, President Weah embraced him. And he didn't win. Then President Weah brought him in to be Associate Justice. 2018, after he was appointed by Madam Salim, when President Weah took over, President Weah said, then you're a sedition. He is a sedition. He ran on a CDC ticket. But Grant is saying, and you're going to have all of this one just because Joseph Boakai had appointed a very, very decent lawyer. So we'll come to that. We gave people a chance to argue. But he was better yesterday. Less than a year ago, he was better. Today, no, he compromised. Because only Joseph Boakai appointment making compromise.
See, we had an argument after we'll speak.
No, you will talk, but let Glennie talk. I beg you.
Everybody got a chance to talk.
Yeah, Glennie, go ahead.
Let me say this. I don't think the president's appointment is premature because the Chief Justice is already 70 years old, according to the Constitution. So that one for me, it's a clear-cut thing. She's 70 years old. The president has now appointed someone. The Senate will do the hearing, and if he passes the hearing, President Boakai will appoint him as the next Supreme Court Chief Justice. I'm not going to play into the politics of sedition, not qualify. Sometimes it's difficult for me to critique lawyers because of my stock, where I come from. But I'm not going to play that because if one point in time, Justice Wese was a good man. Today, he's not a good man because he's on the other side of the coin. That's left with them to decide. But I'm confused. I don't know if I'm confused because, and I get the age thing, and I get, yes, sometimes the law is very ambiguous. I think there is some ambiguity there, especially for me who's not a lawyer. I may not be able to understand and interpret it compared to Councillor Gould, because he's a lawyer, but that does not negate the fact, that does not ignore the fact that it is ambiguous. My part big word is you can't understand it because a big thing for you is ambiguous. The interpretation will be easier for a lawyer than it will be for somebody like me. But I think also if they're stopping Justice CNN Yo from hearing cases that she already heard, I don't think that's legal. I think that's where the demarcation comes somewhere. If she's been, if prior to the age of 70, and the counselor can talk about it at the end, if prior to the age of 70, she's heard those cases, I think for them to turn around now and say, oh, you're conflicted, you can't hear it, I think for me, that's wrong because those cases were already before her. But I wouldn't know that. A lawyer would know that. But yes, there are different laws and different portions that are ambiguous to people because of how it's written. It's not clear cut.
If we're going to point out something while we go to Kennedy, yeah, I think it's very important to understand. As long as may be necessary to enable him to run, I don't know why they couldn't say him or her. They said to enable him to render judgment and perform any other judicial duty in regard to proceeding entertain.
Yes.
So the question one may ask, this similar case, Paul Kennedy, did the Chief Justice entertain the case prior to being getting to age 70?
We'll throw that question back to the lawyer. He's more legally informed to answer that. I think President Boakai has the right to nominate anyone in the country who he deems necessary to serve the country at his discretion, right? And as long as, my point is, has Senator Yo met the 70 year? If the answer to that question is yes, then the next question, based on the article just read, does she want to continue with the conversation or setting laws that she deemed necessary? Because this thing, when I talk about the ambiguity of it, and the councilor wanted to look at it from the perspective, it is quite ambiguous. Whenever you leave a portion of the law open for people to subjectively read that, it's not scientific whether she can continue the case or not. There is not a specific term set to say who among us can determine whether the woman has the capacity to. You got to send her to the medical people for exam. You got to do. That's why if you don't put science in something, you just leave it up to writing. It becomes open. It's not measurable. Like now, it's like you say 70-year-old will take your driver license from you, but 70-year-old, if you still got car, will leave a driver license with you until the car expires. And I just registered my car before I turned 70 for 3 more years. So you take the driver license from me. That's ambiguity in the law. And just the same example you're seeing here with the 70-year-old, if you want to continue your case that you started, if you feel that you got the cognitive stability to continue, you can go ahead. What kind of law is that? So we need to go back and look at it.
Is it the cognitive ability here? Is that what they are saying? That
it becomes, yes, from my understanding, it is subjective to the
person. Okay.
Yes, it is subjective to the person to determine whether they are in a position to continue with the cases they had before they leave power. So when you leave that stanton, you leave the place vague and open. You are telling me, listen, Paul, if you had cases before you and you 70-year-old before retire, but if you had cases before you, you can continue until in your mind, if you're not able to continue, then you can move on. What kind of stupid law is that? They need to go back and look at it and review it.
They're saying interpretation for ultra-virus. Fubi, let's hear you. We'll go to Colonel Gray. Fubi, let's hear you.
Yeah, so quickly. So the the president is right to nominate or appoint Justice Gbese to move on for the Chief Justice position. And he's also right to ask the Senate to speedily confirm, because he doesn't need to introduce or reintroduce Justice Gbese to the Senate. because the Senate previously confirmed me as associate justice, so they already have his profile. So he doesn't need to reintroduce him. So they already told that you already passed that test. So now it's just moving on to another level to head the branch. So, and like Councilor Gu said, though the law said that you can hold on as Chief Justice, but so, and that's why the President is telling the Senate to speedily confirm, because once that is done, CNIO no longer enjoy that privilege to hold on, because it will be a done deal. You already have a new Chief Justice in place that's ready to replace you, so she will have to pack her bag and leave, even if she still wants to hold on. So that's why the President will be calling on the Senate to speedily do that. And on the point about what Gray was raising, when the 2017 election took place, and the matter went to the Supreme Court, you have one dissenting view, that was Justice Janet. What happened in 2018? Carlos Gray led the impeachment bill for that dissenting view, and Justice Janet was impeached and left that position. So today you can't be pleading and saying he had a dissenting view against the Funati case. So that's what the President nominated him. Justice Janet dissented with the colleagues, and he got the blow for that. He was removed, and you led that campaign, and you were successful. So if the President wants to pay the guy, even you say that he descended, and so the President wants to pay him back, that's politics. Nomination to the Supreme Court bench, nomination to be the Chief Justice, and now spiritual matter, that's pure politics. Everybody that over there, they go there with political interest. So whoever the President feels that he can work with at that level, and he want to give that power to, that's the President's discretion. And it's good that you say you can't challenge it, and that's right. And, because that's the President's power. So, and I stand with Bese. Bese was the only all-right justice in that whole saga with Kofa, because all the other guys, the position they took was to dump the country. And Bese stood up, clear, and he had a passing grade. So it's good that the President nominated him.
Thank you very much. I'm bringing Conan Ed Remy Gray. Conan Gray, welcome to the show. Just take it from where you met us with this Bese and CNAU ultra-virus argument.
I know Bese has served in various capacities. And when he ran for the legislature, I want to believe he ran as an independent. And he probably caucused with CDC, if you will. And that's how I see it. Because he won his admiration.
He ran as a sedition, though, not an independent.
Independent.
He ran as a sedition, according to an NEC record.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the correction. But I was thinking he was an independent. But then, fast forward, basically, like any politician, has always worked his way, his interest. I remember when he prosecuted B.J. Samukai as Minister of Defense, former Minister of Defense and Senator-elect of Lofa. That trial, came the way it came because he was in CDC's corner. That's the ability to work your way. That's how he became, and that's how he was appointed to go to the Supreme Court after at that point. Hopefully everybody hear me because I'm seeing our man Stanton, show going out. But then Justice Bese was in President Weir's corner. And I was surprised when he took a dissenting opinion on the matter of the Fonati Kofa, because he was one of those who clearly made an opinion that somebody referred to as, Kenju Sharp or wherever it is stock. That was because from that point, I think on the show I made a statement that probably he's trying to get on the bandwagon of the unity parties led
administration, which is right. Almost everything politicians do is to secure their current and the future. He has done nothing wrong. But where my confusion lies is I heard, the current justice, current Supreme Court Chief Justice was denying her age. I think at some point she said she's not yet 70.
That's even fake.
Stand up, making that up. Don't man stand up.
No, not me. It was 12012. He put that fake thing up.
I mean, all of those kinds of things, because when you're 70, automatically that's the age of maturity. You're supposed to be packing out your bag, and the president should be nominating a replacement. And
Even though the president is 90?
I don't know what you're talking about on that one. So, but yeah, they have age limitation for the justice, but not the presidency, as far as I know. But they all border on this cognitive, value that you carry. If you lack comprehension and so on and so forth, you're in a state of we forgot politics now. But anyway, the guy has been appointed, and if he's confirmed, he's ready to take over from the Chief Justice. So it's only wise to say, look, put everything on hold, focus on your retirement and packing up your bag. Even because there's so many cases in our docket at the Supreme Court level. Are you going to say she must exhaust all of them before she leaves? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the argument. The argument when you hit the age of maturity, 70, start thinking about leaving. Period. That's why the president automatically will appoint somebody to replace you, so there cannot be a vacuum in our corridor. And I think this is where CNAU should be focusing, because she's not. She has had some situation. If I were the president, I would try to see if I can even start initiating impeachment, because she took her side. But it's so good, at least she's retiring. I would just live honorably and go by my business. And I've served the people. And thank God I'm at 70. I would just leave. But probably if she wants to infuse politics into it, well, politics will bite her too. So the current administration will do everything possible
Are you
to get her out.
calling the president to impeach her? Seriously?
But you cannot remove her unless through that means.
Wow.
Yeah,
you're on record again for something new. But anyway, I want to say, Colonel Great, thank you very much. Let's end this thing with Councilor Gu, and then we're going to just chip in real quick if we have a few more seconds here. Councilor, the entertainment part here. Councilor, the part as to whether down she can just step aside or wait for the closing of the term of court. My last question, and anybody can ask question. If Senator Che, who is the chair on the Judiciary, confirm Justice Bassey, is it over for CNAO?
So, Stanton, please put the provision back up, Article 72B. So, Honorable Gray is on this show. He is a former lawmaker. When you're writing law or even contracts, when you use this word provided, however, it introduces an exception to the general rule. So you have a rule that says all spoon panelists are entitled to speak for 2 minutes, because the show, let's say the show starts at 10 o'clock. And you say, provided, however, that anybody who comes later than 10 o'clock will get 1 minute to speak. That is an exception to say when you come after 10, you speak for only 1 minute. If you come before 10, you will speak for 2 minutes. When they say provided, however, it means that when you reach the age of 70, stand on today, will be your birthday. Today is July 1, July 2. Whereas from my side, July 2. But for all we'll say July 1. It's Stanton Witherspoon's birthday. From now to next year, when they ask for your age, will you say that and today now that you are maybe 30, you just reached 30 today. From that point all the way, you'll be 30. Till you reach 31, to reach the next July 1, you will be 30 years old. So the framework of the law knows that when there are cases are before justices of the Supreme Court, when they reach that age of 70, they can still continue so that they give a window so that they can complete those judgments, those decisions, those matters before them. But it is not within the full power and authority of that person. That what you see there, provided however that a justice or judge who has attained that age may continue in office for as long as may be necessary. That clause you see there is for the appointing power. It is not for that justice to say, I will sit down here, I'm not moving. No. That clause rest is in the appointing power. If the president believes that chief justice have many things that he or she wants for that justice to continue with, he or she will not do any nomination. You will allow that justice to continue to go on until all of those matters are clear before they proceed to do nomination. If he decides no, he will do nomination. In this case, you see the president acted. That's what I said. The president acted, he nominated, following into the Senate. The Senate will proceed to confirm. When the president, when he's confirmed and appointed and commissioned, whatever matter that is before, the current justice now, whatever matter he had before, that matter done, because the man has been confirmed and commissioned as chief justice will take office. They will swear him as chief justice. And so she's out. Whoever there is out. So that is a process. It is not that provided, however, it's not within the person. It's not within the person to say, this is my authority, I will sit down here, I will continue. No. It is within the appointed power.
So it's left with the Senate now, right?
Yeah, the Senate. The level of the Senate now to call for the confirmation hearing. If the Senate decides that, oh no, the woman stay there, and or the chief justice stay there, the person they need to hear this particular matter or hear that particular matter, and so they will continue. The Senate will not arrange for the confirmation hearing. They will wait.
Okay. So can she complete the term? Can she complete the term of court?
Huh? Can
she complete her term of court?
Yeah, she can complete. Yeah, the chief justice can complete the term of court, but if the other chief justice is not, has not doing like I said, commission and prepared to go and take seat. Okay. Because it is the president. It is the president, or it is the president, in fact, that inducts the chief justice into office. It's the president.
Thank you. We heard our brother Conan Gray. I won't come to you, Akaris. Do you think it's a wise advice? In less than maybe 3-4 weeks for the president to, remove Chief Justice CNNU, even if you want to complete her term of court? Great.
I said something very important, and you try to trash it, and I would love to use that as the basis of my argument tonight. 2014 special senatorial election, Associate Justice basically ran on the CDC ticket. 2014 special senatorial election. That was September 20 in 2014. 2015, he was appointed as a relieving judge by President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the way he contested on the CDC ticket. The dynamism of human being is something that is very clear. Politics is on the basis of interest. It's clear-cut. You have seen people who have jumped from one party to another or one government to another. It depends on their own interests. That's what they do. Fortunately for him, again, after being appointed 2015, he was appointed 2022 as Associate Justice by the CDC-led administration, and today he's been nominated, in Parliament used to be nominated by the President of the Republic of Liberia. By 2029, he should be leaving the Supreme Court bench, so we'll have another vacancy during the course of election, technically, IAH. If you go to the reading, I just did quick research on him. But I would say, all indication, what I'm saying, I've seen him visibly not having his feelings about where he stands and which institution he stands with, or he stands with this government. He's not having his feeling about that. Okay? He's having nothing about that. Even the Elections Commission chairman at Unity Party appointed on Ellen Johnson Sirleaf that came into the CDC-led administration, okay, and presided over that election by transition from Ellen time. When Ellen was transitioning, you know, there was the person was appointed by Ellen. The Unity Party said he was not neutral. In fact, they went to court to feel that they had issues with the election. So the issue of people being seen as supporting entities is not a strange thing in Liberia. Like I said, even in America on the Supreme Court bench. The next thing I will not question, I will not question the authority of the president to nominate at any point in time. The provision of the Constitution that is being read, in my view, it needs interpretation by the lawyers. In my view, it seems to be that the Chief Justice, the outgoing Chief Justice, can adjudicate certain matters before leaving. But for the president to use this occasion and say, look, we'll not hold you there. We want you out. And Samuel also are going to the Supreme Court to say, hold on. And they even question the neutrality of the certain Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia to preside over a case. That's the government lawyer cautioning the neutrality of the Chief Justice. For me, it speaks volume politically, from a political standpoint and for political act. Okay? But again, there's politics. Where can the opposition take that case if they want to take that case? It's to the Senate. With the Senate listing or with the Senate disagree. That's where they can make the best case, whether the Senate should confirm or whether the Senate should delay his confirmation in the interim. That's the law. We cannot argue the law, but you go to the Senate, you can play politics there if they will agree with you, because it's just August. You got one more month for now. It's August. Maybe they're waiting for the August 10th of court. That's why they're pushing him to get. And mind you, many a time when presidents appoint people, especially under this critical condition, it means they've done their work with the Liberian Senate already. Many a time.
Thank you.
It means they've done their work at this critical juncture. So it's possible to be the next Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia. We'll have to live with it.
And again, let me say this. It is important to add that the Senate about to go on the research. They're about to take a break July 17. July 17, they will be taking a break. So guess what happened? By July 17, when they come back, it's almost to the closing time before confirmation. Yeah, I don't think Senator Che will bring this thing in.
The president can call himself. No, the president could call him back, or they could call himself back.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think the president will do that just because he want to remove CNN that fast. But it's important. Yeah, but I'm saying my own now. I'm just saying they're about to take a break. If the president won't waste the Liberian people money that we don't have to call them back just to confirm a Chief Justice, then what's the essence? Even if the president called him back, it would still drag us into August. So I'm just saying that
we could use supplementary budget.
Okay, I agree. Gonna
Yeah.
But I'm just saying.
Supplementary budget.
Supplementary budget. Supplementary budget taxpayer money. Honorable Gray, supplementary budget of taxpayer money stay. But we won't hear that. We're going to say that. Let me say this. Akaris, 1 minute. Akaris, I differ with you on this, on a very serious note. That, you know,
you what some of the things that will happen. I'm not saying it will happen.
Let me finish. I'm not talking about whether they're calling them back. I'm not arguing with you whether the president will call them back. I'm just saying, I differ with you. I see most sedition out there on the street today, right? They are celebrating. Now, I mean, they are mad that white President Bwaka should bring Justice Gbese. Yemi Koko Gbese. I thought sedition was going to celebrate Phoebe Henry. I thought sedition was going to be running from Crown Hill, going down Broad Street, and celebrating that this is our guy. I was afraid when I heard the information that Justice Gbese would be the man. No, let me finish. Let me finish, my man. Don't do this. No, let me finish. Don't do this. No, don't do this, my man. You have your time to talk. I already taught sedition.
No, you will get your time to close, not because
but my man, I'm moderating, not interrupt the show. No. You are disturbing the show. I beg you. I'm in charge right now. I'm moderating. My fellow Liberian, I thought sedition were going to celebrate this nomination. But the year from the former 12 years, district number 8, Mozzarella County representative, condemning this nomination. He couldn't do it. He couldn't. Great. You know why? Great. People getting headache of your constant. People getting headache of your constant interruption. But maybe be patient, but I'm begging you.
All due respect to you, give the other people the time.
No, everybody has spoken. Everybody has spoken on the issue.
Paul has not spoken.
Paul spoke on the issue, my man.
Everybody spoke.
I mean, you want to disrupt the show? Don't do that.
My man.
Everybody spoke on this issue.
Who spoke 2 times?
Yeah. So my issue is that, my fellow Liberians, my issue is that it's just one of those things that CDC will never get satisfied. And when I want to speak, he intentionally, because he got people on his cell phone telling him, say, interrupt Stanton. How dare you to condemn Justice Gbese?
I know.
How dare you, because he holds his own opinion, though they call him liquor talk, he holds his opinion. He didn't go with what for they call him liquor talk. He stood with his opinion. I love my Sienna Yo. I believe Sienna Yo will ride this into August and she will just go in peace. But I think the president nomination to bring in Justice Gbese, I think it was strategic. And mind you now, the president know that Justice Gbese will be retiring 2029. No fault. He's not angry. He's not putting him there because he wanted to continue the 2032. No.
Like when you scenario,
there's a problem here. There's a problem here. The problem is that the chicken is coming home to roast, and CDC that chicken. But Conor Gray, you on the phone, man. You on the show, but put the phone out. The chicken is coming home.
Kenton, why are you suggesting?
The chicken is coming home. Let me finish.
Let me finish.
I will talk. Yeah.
Come and roast the chicken.
But don't interrupt me now. The chicken is coming home to roast. Y'all celebrated Yemi Gbese. Manasseh celebrated him. Manasseh gave him position. Joey said the position was too small. I will make it associate justice. Joey gave it to him. Joey said, I know that you can make all win in Nima County. Come on the ticket and run for senator. He didn't win. Joseph Bogadia finishing your work. Y'all started it. Joseph Bogadia finishing it. Don't get mad. Live with it. Y'all started it. CDC started for Conor Gray. CDC started it. Y'all left with it.
No CDC.
That's something y'all see in this man. So Joseph Bogadia says, so you're warning.
Up to 2009.
So you're warning. So you're warning. All the sedition out there. All the sedition out there. All the sedition out there. Say you're one Gbese Gwekwe. Joseph Bogadia say, I will give your Gwekwe Gbese because you're warning. Then you're back. The chicken is coming home to roast.
And you never got one time because you work with the mission of justice up to 2009.
You don't know the welcome to the show. But my Clinton, the shooting meeting here, you're not talking about wait 1 minute. Let's talk about great friend. Masakwe. Today, the president brought him in as acting LTA, commissioner chair. Listen now, a former representative from Lofa. This guy myself, we will never spend 1 minute on the phone without arguing. He will argue with me, I will argue with him, but you know what? He always answer that phone when you call him. Today, even Edwin Snow, this is what Edwin Snow had to say about him today. When it is bad, we will speak. When good, we will also speak. The LTA move is an excellent. Congratulations, Clarence Massaquoi. A lot of persons coming in, a lot. And I like Clarence Massaquoi because I love to argue with him. Well, former representative, the poor rejected him. Give him the chance. I hope he performed well. I hope he performed well. And I think, and I just hope, I think with a steady head, unlike this, our brother, Abdullah Kabara, he went on Facebook today. He asking for the speedy trial. He's saying he's innocent, whatever the case may be. He's the former LTS chair. He's been suspended. He's not there anymore. And I think the move by the president to bring in Clarence Massaquoi, I do believe we should give Clarence Massaquoi some chance. Because I know if he is caught in the cookies jar, we will expose him. LTA have become a place that nobody is safe. Clarence Massaquoi get his position. I want to say to you, I think it was good by the president. And I do believe that he knows that his life is on the line. He's thinking about running in Lofa again. He's really considering running in Lofa again. He got to do everything that which is right. He got to forget about election 2029 and perform and make that place a place that people can believe in the system of LTA once again. Other than that, we will beat on him. We will dig behind him. We will expose him. We will do him like we did Abdullah Kamara, and we'll make sure that he will not be remembered from LTA or Lofa anymore, because you know what, we're exposing him aggressively. But I trust that he will perform well. And I trust that the president confidence in him, he will not let the president down. So on that note, let's hear you guys about Clarence Massaquoi. My brother Clinton, you came in, so let's hear you, Clinton.
Well, I mean, it's good to be here. The later part of the show, I just wanted to come out and, see you guys. It's been a little bit. But look, I don't know a lot about Clarence Massaquoi. I don't know his background as far as regulatory, experience in the telecommunications sector. Hey, but like you say, I hope this is a good appointment. I hope President Bouakai got it right. That era has been having a lot of problems, and hopefully it's a good appointment. But again, it's yet to be seen. It's an opportunity for him to do what he can, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, the brother got to talk fast because the league not giving him a chance. So let's hear you, Clinton. Sorry, Clinton. Let's say you can cancel the good, then we'll go around the table.
Yeah, so Stanton, I don't know what, I don't have much to say because Clarence is my friend. He's a very good friend. We met in the legislature when he was elected. I was a staff there. One of those presidents who encouraged me to contest for the first time, supported me. And I believe in his character. I believe in his resilience. I believe in his leadership style. I think he will do good as an administrator, for LTA. I just hope that the president should now, not be too much acting every now. Everybody stay acting, and they are holding position of trust. They are holding position where they're supposed to be on an oath. They have not taken oath since they started serving. I think it's something that needs to be corrected now. But kudos to my friend. He's a good guy. I mean, I respect him. He's a very, a good gentleman, young man, very ambitious, and I know he's going to do well. So that pick, yes, is I think it's a good one for us, and we must celebrate him as a young person. And we have to put our hands around him for him to serve well. Whatever advice, whatever support that we can give his leadership to make it better, we should do it. So I think I commend the president for that pick. Yeah. Thank you.
You from LOFA, though. Real quick question. And the former chair from LOFA, the president brought in another LOFA man. Is it concerning to you?
Well, the president chose people on the basis of their qualification. You know, when the president attempted nominating me, he didn't even know that I was a LOFA. So I don't think that it's on the basis of whether the person from LOFA or from Grand Judea or so. Once the person has a qualification for me, and Clarence has been there, I think he was the vice chair. I think he was next to Ambola Kamara, right? And so obviously, the fact that the head has been, suspended, the next person in line should take the mantle of authority. That is general thing in the administration.
Correct. Is that
Yes.
people just texting up and passing without thinking? Real quick, and everybody can answer the same question to you, counselor. It's 2 years now. How long will we be having acting at LTA? I mean, we just got a few more years left.
And that's what I just said. That's my
I didn't hear
concern.
you. I went off. Sorry.
Yeah, that's my concern. My concern is that these people supposed to be nominated, confirmed, appointed, and commissioned to sit over there as in the public office to serve. 2 years is too long. 2 years is like a deliberate attempt to bypass the confirmation process. And when you bypass the confirmation process, it means you are also bypassing the appointment and you are bypassing the commissioning. And when you do that, it means you are going against Article 54 and 56 of the Constitution. Yes. So I think the president needs to do it. That's all.
And that's what the legal issue is at stake right now from Elder CC and Abdullah is calling for more and quick, speedy investigation. My brother Paul Kennedy, the same question. Clarence Massacre appointment.
Well, thank you, Stan John. I don't know Clarence Massacre. I've heard his name, but really haven't followed him. You know, as in Liberia, every peak is a good peak until they hold the office. We used to call Judy Bryant a God-fearing man, and he became very corrupt when he got to power. So, normally when I hear people are appointed, I just say good luck to them and their family, and I hope they serve the country well. But my concern here is the regulatory agency in our LT is not doing well for our people. The GSM companies are there exploiting the people in Liberia. People buy their minutes. Sometimes 1 week, no network in Bapolo. And people say, oh, Paul, you're talking about Bapolo? Yes. The people of Bapolo don't have the opportunity to come to this media to express their view. So when I'm here and I'm experiencing the kind of thing they're experiencing, I'd like to share. You got lawmakers, you got regulatory agents who are sitting there who are supposed to make sure that these GSM companies do not exploit our people. Councillor Gould, sometimes 1 month, the bomb networks are out in Bapolo. And people are paying their money. When they come back, they don't replenish the people money. But no one from the LTA is saying anything about that. Why are you continuing to suppress our people? So I hope this new LTA chairperson really becomes an open book to see that he's there to make the regulations so that these people who are making business in our country are actually not, disenfranchising and corrupting our people. Because somebody put their $1, they struggle and put their $1. So now 2-3 days, no network. When you bring the network back, you don't replenish their money. They got nowhere to go to get a redress. Nobody is talking on behalf of the poor people. So I hope this appointment is not just an appointment for himself, but is an appointment so that the Liberian people who are disadvantaged can benefit from his appointment. That's all I can say about him. I don't know him, and I hope he does well for the country.
Thank you very much, Paul. Akaris? That's your friend, Akaris. He was your colleague. You guys were in there till the BGL 2023. You guys left from there together. But that's your brother, that's your friend.
Clarence, I'll pay homage to Clarence. Clarence is my personal friend. And I hold no apology for making friends with him. We worked together in the legislature for 12 solid years. We built a strong bipartisan approach, especially in the last 6 years we served. A very tolerant, meek and gentle guy. and I congratulate him publicly. It is my prayer that he will not get muddy up. It's my prayer that he will bring reform and transformation to the sector, but he's very astute. I will have no doubt in his capacity to perform. I can say that to you. And like I said, he's my friend. In fact, Clarence was my best legislative friend in the legislature. I can say it publicly. I don't miss my voice on that. So, like you said, I think even at the central bank, the board of governors, you have to be IT. Okay, that's the way of president appointing people maybe to invest and the confirmation or there's a problem, because you know if those people win their cases at the court level, in case they go to court, you have to bring them back or you pay them or something like that. So I think that's why the president is using the word IT. But again, my hat off to Clarence. I know a lot of people will be surprised, but Clarence is a guy who can work between the lines. Besides his political institution, he works around between the lines. When we have indifference on the legislative floor, we differ. When we leave, we shake hands and we laugh. And I think that's one of the best things about the politics that I enjoy with him, from the Unity Party and from the CDC end of it. So I believe he will perform. And I'm happy that they didn't put Patrick there, because Patrick, though he's problematic, seriously, will cause serious problem for LTA. I'm sorry, but I have to say, and I told you on the phone today, I say if you're going to put Patrick down there, the whole country will be upside down on him, because he's more political, and our place is for professionals. You cannot be political. Not that Ben Fofana is not political, but you had to hear about him. He at the LTA, former lawmaker from Magibi County. Clarence is there. You don't hear about them because they know that's a technical area. You don't carry your politics there, and you don't become political. You know, now on Facebook every day fighting, because those are professional and technical area. Mind when you go there, unite politicians like Akaros at the legislature, or Ben Fofana who were there, or Clarence at the legislature. No, once you in those technical positions, it's good. But you know, he got to do a PR very well. Very well, he got to do it because it's not easy to be a LTA, to be a NASCO, to be a Maritime, to be a NPA. It's not easy.
Thank you.
Like, he got to do some transformation and be very careful.
I think that the universal subcharge, what Paul Kennedy talking about, there's a lot of things going to happen. And it's a very slippery slope. You know, when we're fighting this thing about Abdullah Kamara, a lot of stuff came our way. And as time goes by, we will tell the people, who is Clarence Masakwa? Can he handle it? Can he, reform in the shortest time possible? LTA. LTA is just a whole another place. A lot of money going in that place people don't know. A lot of different small chopping, corruption. We saw Abdullah Kamara going far as Ghana to bring somebody in to just lecture for plenty of money. What would a Clarence Masakwa and the other board members do, and the other commissioner do? When he dived into the Abdullah Kamara speed to award yourself millions of dollars and set up fake programs, and these are troubled times. So what we have, we want to look at a Clarence Masakwa now and say, okay, you serve as representative. Guess what happened, Conor Gray? When you were there, you ran, and the people of Lofa rejected you. Why they rejected you? What didn't you do? What was so bad that they kick you out? Now Baga have given you a second chance. What will you do differently? These are the questions. Ben Fofana is there. Patrick Hona is there. Our sister is there. There are 4 right now. With the president add the 5th person, because Abdullah is gone. There won't be asked, will these people serve only as interim and acting? So Fumi Henry, what happened? Acting all over to the whole 6 years? I don't think it's a problem, but don't you think, it's a bad precedent,
Yeah, like Grace said, there are a lot of people that most of those suspended positions, the acting positions, they got people that are suspended pending investigation. So especially for those entities that autonomous. So you will have so that's smart. It's a smart move by the president. I think it's a legal advice that you also do that, because when you suspended people, they didn't fire them. All right, they have to hang their position in that way. So after the case, if they win, they can be reinstated or pay off. If they don't win, they face the full weight of the law as per the ruling of the judge. So I think that's the reason for me to, and I agree on that. On the issue of Clarence, I don't have much to say. I wish him well. I don't know him like that, just from a distance. So I just wish, I hope he perform. But I can't say anything other than that.
I think it was good. Let's end with you, Conagray, on Clarence Massaquoi, and then we'll go into Clarence Massaquoi situation. We'll start checking and monitoring him. All eyes are on Clarence Massaquoi, who you marry, and you know how many children he got. And we'll dig deeper. I always like to make Clarence Massaquoi mad, but when it comes to the strategic planning and the upliftment of LTA, I think he's going to do better. I do believe that he will. You know, it's something about this job. It's something that he has to put his everything in. And I want to say to all Liberians, give him a chance. We can laugh and joke, but give him a chance. And I think he will make you proud and he will help reform LTA. Conagray, let's hear you. And then we'll move with the next conversation.
You know, Stanton, LTAs in other countries, especially emerging economies, telecommunications play a vital role in terms of revenue generation. So go back, I love to bring in countries that are emerging from their own wars and so on, and then they're doing well in terms of their telecommunication or ICT. I like to go to Rwanda, for instance. But Liberia is a different case. I'm not sure whether we'll have the infrastructure yet that will up the economy at that level. But it will require somebody who is very knowledgeable in the sector to run it effectively. The money that is coming in is not the only attraction there, but it will improve the society if we have a very good telecommunication system running. That's why the former chair there, with that level of conflict, troubles behind him, it was not necessary. That's a position you want. It's a like a think tank position. You think, and so that the country itself can benefit from the fruit of your knowledge. But to have that level of noise behind you, I don't know if I would have brought in another person from LOFA, because this is becoming a thing of the Barker administration. So I will approach with caution before bringing the lives of the Paul Kennedy, and so on and so forth, because you might have good intention, but we're a country of ethnicity. When you flood those kinds of sensitive positions only with people from your own county, nothing wrong with that in terms of if the individual has the technical ability. But even at that, I would just approach with caution, making sure that whoever I appoint there, I could come from other. There are so many good telecommunication individuals around that can come. Not only have public policy knowledge, but they also understand the sector. And there are many around. I can tell you, like George Famula, for instance. Look for somebody with that opaque ability to be able to make the difference, not just because somebody has served the sector. And what were the improvements? What did we see in terms of what they did there that would say is beneficial to the sector? I put a big question mark to that, brother.
Thank you very much. And let me say this, I will end on this, then we'll talk about the Fonati issue and leave. Because it's very important. 10 a.m. tomorrow. Fonati should be going back to court for another indictment. Abu Kamar, Dixon Sivo, Priscilla Cooper, maybe she'll be there. You know the entire crew. But let me say this about Clarence Massaquoi, and I want to bring Gray in. You know, sometimes when we say this, Gray will get mad. But let me say this. 2023 B Mountain situation. Clarence Massaquoi and about Carlos Gray, they all, push that. And B Mountain is a letdown, and 2022, we can go through the record. And it didn't serve the country well. I just want to remind Clarence Massaquoi. And they beat them. I'm not going to make any allegation here, but we all have the record. They beat Honorable Gray and they beat Clarence Massaquoi. That park, when the fox is traveling and hunting, they move in the park, right? The lion, they move in the park. But don't forget, even the dog, as weak as the dog going to be, the dog, the flocks in a park, right? So Graydon was in lion, Graydon was in the fox, Graydon was a dog. They crack like a dog. They whoop like a dog. They look like a dog, and they were flocking like a dog. So it's
a dog.
Okay?
It's a dog.
So they were a dog, and they flocked them. But
Can't run a lion. Can't run a lion. Can't run a dog. Can't run a lion. Can't contest a lion.
I'm talking. You can give me a chance to finish. So here's the thing. If Clarence Massaquoi, I know he would try. I wish him well, right? But let's talk about the universal assets. It's very important. Let's talk about those towers and those monitoring instruments that should be all over. Foreign company coming in just to monitor business and making millions of dollars. Who gets in the cut? And so when I say we're deeper, we know what we got. I should say about the universal asset. I should say about the amount of money foreign country and partners putting in. I should say for information base, the low-end user tower. I should say, since Clarence Massaquoi and take over, what have become of them? Or maybe it was under the chairmanship of Abdullah Kamar. We got a lot to uncover. But Clarence Massaquoi argument will say, not the chairman. Some people will give him pass. Record on great? Because you have Abdullah Kamar. So that's why I said, let's give Clarence Massaquoi the time to put this thing together. But a pig will always be the picky. You can bath the pig. You can put lipstick on that pig. You can chain that pig in the dining room. That pig must go out in the mud because that pig is a damn mud and that pig must get dirty.
The mail always coming back. The mail always coming back for Clarence. He was always coming back.
A pig is a pig.
Can we close? I'm not coming back for Clarence. I'm giving my brother Clarence advice because in every ministry, Clinton, in every entity, we got people there that watching. We got watchdogs, and these watchdogs will speak. Don't forget. They're giving people $200, $300. If you get $10,000, they give you the entire portfolio of that ministry. They give you the whole payroll system. They give you everything that you need to know. So by saying my brother Clarence Massaquoi, heaven is the head that wear the crowns. Be very careful now and be very sober. Because the time of shifting blame on Massaquoi is over. You got all the people waiting to be elevated. Simple mistake, you out. The biggest mistake, several men said are dead. So I just want to say to everybody, we wish Clarence Massaquoi well to be continued. You go know what I'm talking, so you can't talk about B. Martin. They put their hand in B. Martin business, they beat them. All of them are put their hand in B. Martin business. They got whooped. All of them are put their hand in B. Martin business, they got whooped. All right?
Accusation.
I mean, that's my job. That's what I do for a living.
Because you don't even know on the computer.
My man, I care to know, but I can see, I know two people right now, Clarence Massaquoi and Greg got whipped. So, I know you allow go ahead, you're not powerful.
I will talk.
So let me say, what happened, Councillor? Let's close on the last topic. Fanatina want to quote again, Councillor Good. What's going on here? What's going on with the first indictment, the second indictment, the issue that they got to go back to court 10 a.m. tomorrow morning And while they are in court, who knows, they will be arrested and sent to jail. How would this bill, the bond, save them? Just briefly, let's close on this last topic, Councillor. Talk to us, help us.
Was there an indictment in the first place? No, I know that they were arrested on the police charge sheet from the ministerial court on a ministerial raid. They were taken to the prison. They filed their bond. Preliminary examination was conducted. The magistrate saw that probable cause did exist, and the matter was forwarded to the circuit court, criminal court A, where the grand jury sits. At the time, the grand jury has been disbanded, I would say, and they were out of term. And so whatever indictment that is up now, so would definitely be the one from the special grand jury, because the assets recovery indictment that was issued or that was circulated read or continues to read special grand jury. So I think it is that same special grand jury that the arson case may have been taken to, if there is an indictment. I'm not aware. And that indictment will be served with a formal writ of arrest from the criminal code A, the code that has jurisdiction over the trial of those cases. And it is on the basis of the unsealing of the indictment along with the writ of arrest that will lead to may lead to a second arrest of the accused. That doesn't mean that they may go to prison because they have a bond. We understand that the ministerial court accepted the bond, and so that bond is valid, and that bond is sufficient to take them all the way up to the Supreme Court if the case ever reaches there. So I don't know whether there's any other indictment. I know if you say there's an indictment, then I mean there's one. That's the only indictment that I know of, and that's the process I'm giving you there. The indictment will be served with a writ of arrest, and which will bring them under the jurisdiction of the court. That is the essence of the issuance of the writ of arrest, to bring them under the jurisdiction of the court that has jurisdiction, that has trial jurisdiction.
Thank you.
And the rest will be formality. Yeah.
But Clinton, the question here is, what would they send to jail? What would they arrest? What would they send to jail? You have no indictment. They you playing around. You brought them in. You gave them a hard time about bond, just to find out that you have tried with the grand jury once, twice, 3 times. You found out to get somebody to concur with you. You say you got indictment now. Come back now to criminal code A. Let's save you the indictment. They arrest you again, and deja vu all over again. Clinton, what's going on?
Well, I'm not even aware that they've convened 2 or 3 grand juries already. But again, I mean, I think, before the arrest, given the seriousness of the charges, I think that's what the government should have done in the first place, because the charges are so serious and the folks involved are high level, high profile folks. So I would think the government, who have done all the investigation, convened the grand jury, have an indictment before it went out to arrest them, instead of using the police process to just, arrest them, charge them under the police, now convene a grand jury. But again, now that they've done it, if there is a grand jury, like Councillor said, that's the process to explain to go to court. But as I have said in the past, as far as the issue of bond, I don't think it's necessary, and I just don't grasp, why the government continues to demand that they need bond, and and the court continues to, or the ministerial court wants it. Look, I've said before, the purpose of bail or bond is to ensure that the accused comes to court. When you have a situation where you have defendants who have been cooperating with the police, some of them out of the country, came to the country. They sit as prominent government officials. There is no flat race. I don't understand, why do you even need a bond? These people have been cooperating with the police. They did, I think, about 4 police interviews. They subjected themselves to. They're in the country. They're working. They're going to work at the Capitol building. There's no flat race yet. The other issue where the court will want some kind of assurance or keep people behind bars if there is some danger to the community. Obviously, none of the individuals in question here have any kind of violent history to say they pose a danger to the community if you allow them to be out. So, I think they should have been released on personal reconnaissance in the first place. But again, this is what, the judge wanted, and this is what the government has been pushing, and this is where we are. But again, I will hope tomorrow that whatever bond is secure, if there is an indictment and there is an arrest, that the court will accept that. And I would even think that the court will allow them to go. These people are not running away. They've been in the country. They've not attempted to leave the country. So, but we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Paul Kennedy, can we hear you on this? We'll keep our cars great to take us home. Paul, what do you make of this back and forth?
I'm fumbling. I've not followed the case. 1, 2, I have limited legal understanding of how the whole process used to work. I've gone to court most of my time, only defending traffic ticket and speeding ticket. So the lawyers are here. All I can hope is that whatever system and delay and derailment, or whatever the good, perfect word would be, is that the evidence presented and the charges labor should have the weight and magnitude to carry these people to court, so that they can exonerate themselves before the law. That's all I can say towards that. And let's hope that the government position itself, like I said before, this case is a test trial for the government, so that we see their independence and we actually see that whatever fight they're finding are those fights that are legally admissible under the laws to be able to, to prove their claims against the people.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray.
Yes, sir. Stanton, the laws are here, of course, but I would assume that the process of discovery is still ongoing. And so as a result, there are many other pieces that have been added to this case. We brought a guy, or they brought a guy in from Ghana, and the opportunity to present new pieces of evidence, probably prior to an indictment, it's ongoing, if you ask me. So when they bring you to court, again, it's because there are new discoveries probably they want to proceed with. But other than that, until they're indicted, that process continues. If you ask me, I don't believe they will just bring them to court because they want to lock them up again. But they're bringing them in because there's something very substantial probably that they have to share with them, and then move forward toward an indictment. As the counselor said, he does not believe they are being indicted. I too have not heard any indictment. But then why are they going there for if it was not for some new discoveries that they've made? Until they can get to that point where they're indicted, this process continues. So people don't go home and rest that, we no longer are facing trial. Sometimes they have to remind you with some new pieces of evidence that have come up. Otherwise, why? Let's hear when they will be indicted, and then when they will set their trial, and then we'll go from there. Stanton.
Thank you very much. Akaris Gray, take us home, except any other thing you guys want to throw in, but you have the last words.
My concluding statement, maybe I'll just conclude. But the indictment is set for tomorrow at 10 o'clock. That's my understanding. So the court will be putting them under the jurisdiction of the court, criminal code A, right? Will be putting them under that jurisdiction, and then they will set the time for trial. I think if you need trial immediately, it should be in August, term of court. If not, it will be the other term of court. So that means tomorrow, nobody, it's not about putting people in jail because the bond stands, even up to the Supreme Court, if they take a ruling, the bond still stands. They honor that bond. So it's nothing strange. I spoke to lawyers, I spoke to a lot of lawyers today on it because I was concerned too. I wanted to understand why. But they have not been indicted. Tomorrow they will be officially indicted. That's what will happen tomorrow, officially, by the state, by the court. And another thing I wanted to close on, stand on is that, sometimes it's true that we crack jokes and we say things. But Clarence is a very good gentleman. I will not run away from that. On the B Mountain issue of me in Liberia, I just wanted to set that record straight. Okay, on the amended version of the law, I wasn't even in the country. I voted for a completion agreement. I told you publicly the one in Papulu. I was on air. I said it, I didn't run away from that. Okay, because record, people say things they don't know about things out there. I know you're trying to crack a joke with us. But like you said, rightfully, I believe that some of the issues you flag about the LTA, many persons flag about the LTA, yeah, they need more PR, need more information dissemination on the LTA, on its function, what's its limitation, revenue generation, what do they do, what's their contribution, for example, very important. But whether we like it or not, Clarence will take the responsibility for the entire LTA. Whether your deputies or whosoever, you take responsibility at the end of the day. It's a kind of a tricky position because it could make you, it could damage you. It depends on what your output will be. But I pray that he gave his utmost best. On the issue of reconciliation, I think every president came up with their own style of peace and reconciliation and the way they wanted to approach things. And I don't think people should criticize one leader because the way he or she decided to proceed. Timing in politics is very important. Maybe when President said it was there for her degree of reconciliation was to break in the opposition CDC through George Weah to keep stability in the country. Maybe that was her own concept. President Boyka made a commitment, whether you like it or not, or Lafayette said it. Very important. It's something very important. Councilor, the president in the campaign speech, even on inauguration day, said he will ensure that there will be an established code for war crimes in the Republic of Liberia. That is a campaign commitment, and that is a commitment on the day of inauguration. So when people begin to hold their leaders on the basis of not just the campaign speeches, but on a major day, what we do, I think they are right in that direction. That's what he said he will do, and everybody expect what he will do about that. It's very important. Whether the bill will be submitted, because all that happening at the legislature is nothing. You need to submit a bill. The executive order is even nothing. When you submit a bill and that bill is passed, then we know there's a war crimes code or economic crimes code for the Republic of Liberia. But it was a great show, and I want to say good night to each and every one of you. And it's a wonderful moment.
Thank you very much, Your Honorable Akaris Musa. Great, thank you. You want to say something?
Clarence, I will be by the legislature.
Yeah, so let me just close by saying before I'm a great goal. You know, we had this topic about this war crime code business before on the show. We took hours. I think Kennedy was there, Paul Kennedy, and I was clear to tell on the people. Liberia cannot establish war crime code on its own. Nobody will fool you. No bill you will send to capital building that will pass and say, yeah, we'll get war crime code. War crime code is not established by local legislation. No, it's established by resolution by Security Council. There has to be a Security Council resolution to say they open the case for Liberia, and there should be established a court to hear the Liberian case.
Councilor, let me just ask you a question. Go follow, Councilor. Councilor.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say that crimes against humanity, for example, can Liberia establish a court to try people for crimes against humanity? Take, for example, in Europe.
No.
Wait now, in Europe, there are some countries where people complain, people who fall in Liberia. In America also, there are some states where people complain, people, and the state decide to hear the case and found them guilty. So can that be similar model in Liberia?
The state they're holding those people as residents of those countries that committed crime in other countries, or citizens of those countries that committed crime in other countries.
Yeah.
War crime code, crime against humanity, the international law you use. You can use like murder. If you murder somebody during war, it is a domestic crime and it is an international crime as well because it was done during the war. So for you to prosecute international crime, you must prosecute it under international law. The international criminal law is being administered by the international bodies, the UN, the ICC, or so. So for you to prosecute under it, you need to get that resolution.
Councilor, I just need a clarity quick. You say cases like murder during the war are international, right?
That both domestic crime, domestic crime and international crime,
So for example, people being tried in Belgium, for example, or in Sweden, for example, or Switzerland, for example, they get serious. They are very concerned about human rights issues. There are Liberians that have been tried, or one or two states on. So are those not the same international? How does it fit in a domestic court arrangement?
Because those courts are carriers, those countries have laws. We don't. Those countries will have laws. You can't try crimes against humanity we don't have laws.
Similar laws. Look at the model.
No, you can't. But you can't pass similar law. You know why? Because you have already, as a government, dropped charges. You have already passed the amnesty law in 2003, dropping charges on all those persons who partook in the war. The same way we drop charges against the PRC in the Constitution.
That a resolution they passed?
The law that was passed in 2003. The immunity law.
Yes. That legislation, right?
That legislation.
So the question is, was the Constitution active during the war? Wait 1 second.
Wait. Let us answer the question. Wait, please. I beg you. You talk a very important thing about the 2003 legislation 2003. My question is that in case somebody challenge that legislation that is unconstitutional.
No, you cannot challenge the Ministry of Justice. Wait now. You cannot challenge the Ministry of Justice authority to nullify prosecute a case, to drop charges against a criminal defendant.
No, I'm talking about the law. I'm not talking about...
Wait now, that is logic. Okay. So the government, the whole government went and passed a law that is equivalent to a prosecutor dropping charges against a criminal and say those persons who are involved into this particular thing will no longer be prosecuted in Liberian courts. So it means what they did was they waived domestic prosecution. Domestic prosecution of those offenses were waived. You can't hear murder case during the wartime of your pa, your man in any of the courts in Liberia under Liberian law because you already dropped charges.
No, but
but for international law,
our leaders did that to us.
I want to ask you a question, quick, Councilor.
Yes.
That could be my last question. There are legislation that are being passed. People can challenge the legislation and say this provision of the legislation is unconstitutional and run to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court interprets that legislation, whether it's constitutional or not. So my question is on the basis of that precedent by the Supreme Court overturning legislation or provisions of legislation or interpreting it. So in case this resolution or this law is challenged at the Supreme Court level and say, no, this law is unconstitutional. Supreme Court, you're the only one that can run out a constitutional or unconstitutional. The court will not decide to hear that.
Who is the chief prosecutor who is the chief prosecutor in the country?
No, my question with the court not yet.
Hey, wait. The Supreme Court will the Supreme Court can entertain it, but will the Supreme Court strike it down? No. Why, if that's the case, why you are not being struck down? Entertaining the case is one thing. Striking it down is another thing. What I'm saying to you, what I'm saying, one thing you got to understand is the chief prosecutor in the country is the president. That's clear.
So why you think President Boga talking about establishing war crimes code?
Because there exists the international prosecution. There are two ways. When the guys drop charges domestically, what it meant that if they kill Gray's mother during the war, if let's say Bodnicki killed Gray's mother during the war, Gray have all the evidence to take. Okay, Gray has all the evidence to take him to Criminal Code A to draw up an indictment against him to prosecute him under Liberian law. But because the government of Liberia has dropped domestic prosecution, the only alternative Gray has and the only hope Gray has now is the international prosecution, because that particular crime is also an international crime. So it is the international court that will now hold jurisdiction to hear that case.
Does someone challenge that decision by the government at the Supreme Court?
You can go challenge it. It's up to you. Anybody can challenge. You can challenge anything.
Okay.
You can challenge any law. Anybody can challenge. You can challenge any law. Whether you get a remedy, that's another thing.
Wait, let me
But we can bring several charges. We could bring several charges on them too, though, right?
Yeah, but
let's go back to the law. It says even Seva. The law says even Seva.
But our leaders are very wicked people, man.
No, of course.
How could they just sit down and make that kind of law? The people are very wicked.
And that was a constitution, and that was a constitutional government. That was a constitutional government, elected government that did it. It's not rebel government that did it. It's a constitutional elected government that did it. Charles Taylor, 2003 August.
But this is the point, right?
But Charles Taylor was the perpetrator of the crimes, of the violence. So why do you think you couldn't go and drop it and drop the charges?
That law that not prosecute, my brother.
The law itself doesn't have any kind of force. How do you prosecute people for murder? You gotta think, was the Constitution even enforced when you had MPFL in one territory? You had a Judge Bullet and the LPC and Lord. Did we have a constitutional framework working at the time? Were the courts working?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. 2003 August. Yes. Chancellor was still in power.
No. Wait. You mentioned the point. The point is, how do you prosecute anybody for 1990? Did we have any kind of functional government in 1990? It was in the civil crisis. What law are you going to use? The Constitution was non-existent. So I think the law itself, I think people were just, because there's no way you can prosecute anybody under the Liberian Constitution for crimes that happened during the war. It can only work on an international law. So I don't understand the rationale for pushing that law in the first place. Only international law you can use, because first thing is, when people are on the battlefront and shooting people, was that murder? Was that really murder? That's not murder.
But we need to find out, Honorable Gray, whether the law was even signed, whether it's even existing, whether it's even a law. We need to find out.
It was passed, but I think it doesn't happen. No,
wait, it's a law. I will tell you why. Whether the law was signed or not, it becomes a law after certain days, one passed by the both legislature, sent to the president, whether they put signature on it or not, it becomes law after certain days. The lawyer Ray will tell you that.
No,
it's a law in Liberia.
It is a law. The thing is, it is a law. But the point I'm trying to make is, I don't understand the rationale of the law, because the first thing is, it will be nearly impossible to prosecute anybody for crimes that happened during the war, because there was no constitutional system that was functioning at the time.
That's something very important in the chat. The question is that, can the legislature, send the legislature pass that law? Can they amend that identical law?
But we should be asking you the lawmaker. Remember, let's go home, man. You
forgetting your lawmaking mind.
You know, lawmaker here on set.
You can drop charges. You know, Akaras. That's what I said the other day, right? There are two things, two ways you drop charges. You drop charges against people with the right with reservation. That's why you hear the prosecution will say, "We not prosecute this case with the right to refile," meaning it has a second chance to come back. When they say we not prosecute the case with prejudice against the government, it means done. No prosecutor can come back and open that case. That case is finished.
But there were no cases.
You can amend it.
Contra Gu.
Yeah.
Is there a time when the lawyers in Liberia will read law in real, regular English instead of that Latin, knowledge prosecute all that? Why again read a law in English? I mean, 2025. You have to sit down and think and read a law in English.
Your medical terminology is
applicable, applicable to our time and our context. Why are we talking about knowledge prosecute all that thing?
How do you call water? How do you call water scientifically? How do you call water scientifically?
Aqua.
So that time we call it knowledge prosecute. What's your problem?
My problem is that we got Charles Taylor, our former president, sitting down in The Hague for nothing that happened in Liberia, something he did not do in Liberia. Other people came and arrested him. That's a disgrace to Liberia. And none of you talking about it. None of you.
Different story.
No, but let me finish my point.
Charles Taylor went to the UN and asked for the court.
We should not allow Charles Taylor to go. First of all, you said nothing happened in Liberia. You're going to take effect.
So you know who make it weak.
Nothing happened. You're interrupting me. You're disgraced your president. You allow Saluna to come arrest him and go. And then the 200,000 people killed in Liberia. You're telling me now that nothing will happen about it. That's what you're telling me. But the president said
the point former Representative Gray made was right. You can challenge that particular law to the Supreme Court, and the legislator can also repeal that law. So that there are possibilities to do those two things.
So guys, at the end of the day, you can't fight nobody. You can't prosecute nobody.
No, before you go, let me ask my question.
You're not going to be able to do that. You got to use international law that Congress said.
My question is:
no matter committed treason against the state, you can punish them under the umbrella law.
The same state drug charges. Where you coming from? You can take action. But you can't go back, my brother. Leave that thing.
I grew up.
You can repeal the law. What do you repeal the law? You can take action against them.
That's what I told you. That's what I told you, Fubi. It is that you not prosecute when you not prosecute a case with prejudice against the state. You can't go back again and come out with the case. You finish.
Nobody not prosecute anything.
That amnesty law is not prosecute.
There was a legislation.
That amnesty law is even stronger. That amnesty law is even stronger than non-prosecute.
On the issue of the legislation that non-prosecute, start adjusting minister.
I got a question. I beg that after the question, we'll give the last question to Conagry. I beg him. The word is not fucking quiet. The law, the word is not. You're messing with what? The word is not a consequence. Don't change the thing.
Council, my question is: Liberia has some influence over the Security Council, where some of these resolutions emanate. And based on that, we know that crimes against humanity does not have any statute of limitation. If Liberia uses some influence at the Security Council level. Can we establish an international court sitting anywhere in the world to prosecute based on a civil war?
Yeah, it can be established, and the court, the personnel and everything will be appointed by the international body, not the president of Liberia. The prosecutor, the judges, and all will be on international recruitment, not on Liberia recruitment process, because it's an international court.
But they had the whole thing, Colonel Gray, and we shared the document here on Spoon. We had a whole thing, and even Councilor Jerome Verdet came. They make a huge recommendation. You know, it was shared here on Spoon. But the only thing is just the wealth, no money. Right down, the court is begging for money, begging for salary. There's no money. The country don't have money. Do you think Donald Trump get money to put into Liberia for your war crime court? No.
By extension, Jala Babu's court, or that position, is the international court on Liberia for war crimes.
That Vlad there, nothing happening.
But the
Jala Babu court, nothing happening inside. They get money eating. They get for money eating.
The person that persecuted Taylor, and he just died last week. You remember? What's up?
Yeah, his lawyer.
No, that was his lawyer. That was his lawyer.
Yeah, but my thing is that at the end of the day, guys, our country is broke. As of yesterday, USAID is finally done. There's no more USAID. All the money that Paul Kennedy then were running to Liberia to do consultancy work on is gone. They cut it off. More I will give it consultancy free.
That only Paul Kennedy you see on the show.
That only Paul you see.
All the money. I mean, to be frank with you guys, you say it's done. There's no money. World Bank is broke. There's no money. So we got to do it by ourselves. And that's what some people are saying, listen, guys, can we go on the Palava? Yeah, there's no money, my man. All the money finished. But we want to say thanks to all of you, you know. It's always good that we come here to talk about Liberia story. Honorable Gray, I will say to you today, I really appreciate you. And listen, and I hope you come back stronger. You know, as I think you have realized some of your mistakes. And I see the passion in your eyes that you really now love Liberia. And I hope you can take this passion to 2029. Because at first you didn't show any love for Liberia. It was about Honorable Gray. It was about CDC. But now I think I'm seeing the repentance in you. So today I said, may the Lord forgive you. May the Lord forgive you. May the Lord forgive you.
Gamada, you encounter a goo. I need to hire you to.
Let's stretch our hands.
Outside the
Let's stretch our hands.
I beg you. My man, Fubi, you need to pray for yourself. Fubi, you need to pray for yourself. Gamada, Putin going to Ukraine and shooting people there. Nobody arrested him. Putin. Let me finish my point.
Putin. No. Fubi, put your hand on the message. Put your hand, Fubi. Put your hand up. How can you put your hand up if you have not won after 4 tries? Don't get a man battle, man. I beg you, put your hand down.
I want to go fire against you.
Fubi running or Fubi running.
Let me ask you a quick question, right? Governor Clinton, right now, speaking, right now, if Akaris Gray run against Prince 2, do you think right now everybody know about Prince 2, Akaris Gray will win? You think Akaris Gray will win Gamada if he run against Prince 2?
I'm sure it was a close election.
You think he will bounce back?
Yeah. It was a close election.
Councilor Go, you back in the legislature. Let me ask you, you think Akaris Gray get a chance of coming back?
Yeah, but Akara Gray get an election off. He himself defeated himself because Akara Gray moved on the highway. He said he was not contesting. For I think 3 or 4 years, Akara Gray was not acting in the district. It was like, I think the last 2 years when he went
Akara did
back.
not want to contest. Akara did not want to contest.
No, let everybody answer. Yeah, but let everybody answer. Baking your councilor thought. No, great way.
No.
Councilor, go ahead, make your point.
You.
Great way. Let hear from Councilor. Councilor, make your point.
Akara's Gray gave that election away.
I did not want to contest.
Councilor win.
He said he was not contesting. He was on his, enjoying himself on the other side. I think for 3 years, Akara was very inactive.
In Paris. He was in Paris.
It was the last 2 years.
Yeah, we agree with what you're saying, Gray. But I mean, Councilor, but you think that Akara's Gray can beat Princeton? If the election comes back, yeah.
Well, I'm not in the district, but I still think Akara is strong. I think Akara can win.
You think Akara's coming back stronger because Princeton won by 80-something vote? What do you think, Paul?
Yeah.
No. So first of all, it will be left on the people on what Akara did in the district. Akara needs to look at his track records and he needs to begin to correct his actions from where he went wrong. Like Councilor Gu said, he started saying he was not going to run. He dropped the ball, he packed it back, and moved out of the district and went and sat on there.
So you can't on 9th Street all the time. Don't make me tell you.
No, but you say you're not running. It's not coming to the heart.
Girl, you tell your own. Let me tell your own.
I didn't live on 9th Street, so I couldn't vote for you. The thing is, you needed to let the people know that you are running. But you went. I don't know what got in your head. You say you're not running.
Thank you, Paul. What do you think, Conor Gray?
You're bluffing.
Conor Gray, what do you think? Conor Gray.
You're bluffing. He
Conor
went
Gray,
to
what do you think?
Stanton in Liberia, people have disenchantment for incumbents. So anybody who comes back as an opposition, sometimes they may have, some way forward. That's how I've seen it. And unless we deviate from that culture, where everything about the incumbent is just bad and bad and bad, we'll continue to bring in, people who we declare as bad yesterday to be our new Romans for today. So it's not impossible that Akara could win, because that's the culture that perverses.
For 17 months or so, how are you looking? Give me a quick view on Princeton from district number 8.
You asking me?
Yes, you.
My brother, unfortunately, I have not followed politics in that district 8. Since
let me help you, Conor Gray. Everywhere Princeton go, the program will be.
Go make your point quick. Go on.
Yeah. So I think there's a timetable, or there is normally a calendar where people start expressing their disenchantment, and I just feel that it's not at that point yet. So, but by and large, if people
you can't compare the two of them. Akara Gray is a better lawmaker than Princeton. Period.
Okay, but if you say your own, let Conor Gray talk.
Like people need to sit down to figure out.
Conor Gray talk. Conor Gray finish. But Paul Kennedy will ask you. Conor Gray finish up. We'll ask you whether you can beat Amara. We'll come to you. Conor Gray finish up. All right, so wait now. Conor talk.
I just don't know why Akara should be eyeing that seat. If I were him, I would go for something higher than that, because I've established myself, and he has presence. Why go back to, unless he's trying to prove a point that he can recapture his constituency?
No, the mayor will be senator. We're not carrying the member.
So at this point, I think guys should be running for senator.
What's up?
Wait now. So the Princeton right now, the momentum at Princeton is building. Great can beat Princeton. And 2017, the same trick he used 2017, the same thing, the Platonic 2023, but Princeton counter And the man on the shop, the man on the election.
What kind of chair you been using for the get
But Clinton will come to the man. That will be tough. Go ahead.
2017, the man stole the election. The man was still get 2023. They start Prince of book that secret. And the man got Ryan Capeman. The same trade that Snow used and went from the sales to bombing. So instead of going Capeman, do small things, the oh man, I told them, Manja, our son.
What the margin? What the margin 2017?
So let me say my own real quick. I beg you guys. They think
the margin is 2017.
Council, let me say my own. I beg you, man. The issue here, I think that Akara's great stand a chance. Let's go up and calm down. We can laugh on the show. I think Prince 2 is messing up. We fought for Prince 2. We did everything. Some things that I can say, go out, Dog Cooper, he will tell you. I'll be sleeping in the night, 2, 3 in the morning, Dog Cooper will call me. I think if Prince 2 doesn't turn things around, seriously, like Conor Gray was saying, Prince 2 will be one of the lawmakers that won't serve one term. The people are angry, and the anger is in Moserado County. Except worrying somebody coming from the outside to make that case. But if this thing is about Prince 2 and Akara's Gray, I think Prince 2, he got to double up. He got to triple up. Everything is hanging on him. I think Akara's Gray will have a comeback. Now, what was Akara's Gray problem? You're right, Kipman. We're hearing Akara's Gray want to run Kipman. It took a couple of months off. He came back. We hear Akara's Gray saying that he wasn't running again. People say, wait a minute, I'm running again. Then where was it? Nouvelle. What's the guy name? Nouvelle came up.
It was Nouvelle Blunder that made Akara's Gray win 2017.
What was the other guy name? They call him what? Mayonnaise. Talking about the mayonnaise. All the guys that were coming up, they were a problem for Akara's Gray. Then Prince 2 came from the blind side. But what is happening in District Number 8 today? If George Weah put his foot down to bring in the forces from CDC, and the things that is in the county, it's not changing at all. We talk about the bread and butter issue, the poverty level, the market women in Radita market crying, the district, the hardship. I think Akaras can make a good argument that you took me out, I'm watching, and you guys are getting worse, like we would say, worse. And we are coming back now. We have learned, we have realized our mistake, we'll help you to the finish line. I want to say to all of you listening to us today, not that it will be a smooth comeback, but I'm saying from the very imposition, most of them are mocking Prince 2. From the very imposition, most of them looking at Prince 2 to be the pretty boy. From the very imposition, most of them think that Prince 2 just got it by chance, by luck, and he is not contributing to the community. So Prince 2 need to turn it around. And Akara's game plan is to quiet Nouvelle, is to quiet Mayonnaise, and is to just quiet everybody that coming with that force of money and leave this in between he and Prince 2. If this is between he and Prince 2, I guarantee you, I double guarantee you, if this is between he and Prince 2, except when Stanton want to go in District Number 8, oh, no, that's a mistake.
Phoebe one go District Number 8.
Stanton, let me tell you what happened in 2017. Nouvelle Blunder. Nouvelle King third place. Nouvelle gave support to Madame Sely. He left the CDC after Akara's getting pulling up. He left the CDC. Was it 2017 or 2011? No, 2011, I think. 2011. He left the CDC and went and gave support to Madame Sely, but decided to run as independent candidate instead of winning the Unity Party support to run. And, you know, for another put candidate against him, he went and ran independent. When you look at the vote between the person that came second and Nouvelle, it surpassed, you know, Akara's good vote. That is a mistake Nouvelle made. That Akara won 2011. He knows.
Yeah, but I mean, let me ask every one of you before I carry speak. I will beg the nation tonight. I will beg people in District Number 9. Y'all please don't put Phoebe Heron on the ballot.
Man, be a boss man.
Y'all please don't put Phoebe Heron on the ballot. I think it will be a disservice to the people of District Number 9 if Phoebe Heron on the ballot. How can you reject a man 4 times and you're still trying to?
They should not know. They should not know. CDC stole my election 2020.
So rejection got a new definition now. When you lose 4 times, now you ain't gonna
Way back. Just talking. Go wrong. Don't be saying I'm talking president. Go wrong. Right?
You think I'm gonna
go wrong?
I'm gonna run nowhere. Where I'm gonna run?
Get out, go wrong. Talking too much. Get out,
the most vexing part about Fubi clean all the
But I think, guys, you guys got to look at Kyrus Gray. I think he got a chance of pulling out. The be the member only 80 something vote. So he got a chance of pulling this thing up. So all of our Kyrus Gray on this set, because we got 4 people that ran, only our Kyrus Gray got a chance of coming back. I don't know about Paul candidate. Yeah,
not running.
Yeah, only our Kyrus Gray got a chance of coming back.
But when you ran one time, you say you're not running again, or you just want to test the water?
I ran 3 times.
You joking?
I ran 2. I ran 1 by election and 2 national elections.
Yeah, but follow Fubi first and make it 4.
No.
Have a good night, man. Thank you very much, Clinton. It's good to see you. Thank you very much, guys. Paul Kennedy, thank you. See you guys tomorrow. My brother Fubi, as always, thanks a lot. I want to say thanks to you, Conor Gray. It's good to see you, my brother. Thank you. And I want to say to you, we wish you well, Counselor. It's good to see you, my friend. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. You're telling me how to take me on. You're not trying to take me on.
You get technical. You get technical.
You're telling me how to take me. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make on Nelson.
Your network is having some problems.
Nelson, take me off.
Your network has some issues. Well, folks, we want to say thank you for being on tonight. It's been a great show. We appreciate all of you for calling in, for making a contribution on the program tonight. Those of you who called, those of you who just watched the show, sharing your thoughts in the comment section. We appreciate the many of you who shared the program as well. Spoon Talk is your program. This is where you get the news, the analysis, the views of Liberians across the country on the different issues. I'd like to welcome you. I'd like to say thank you to all of you for being here with us tonight. We look forward to being here tomorrow with another edition of the program. As you know, we've been live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, and of course on our different social media handles across the internet. We want to say thanks to the folks who have been watching on Spoon TV on Facebook, Super TV on Facebook, and Fabric TV on Facebook. We appreciate the many of you for joining us on YouTube as well. Our YouTube handle, Spoon Talk Live. Thank you for joining us there. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow. I also want to say thanks to our affiliate radio stations, our partner radio stations, for relaying this edition of the program. The show is always on Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bong, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalamani, Seclipin in Nimba County, and a host of other radio stations across the country. We appreciate all of you for being here with us. And let me say thanks to everyone who have been very engaged. I see my dear sister Sandra Garward, John Doe Jr. Thank you for joining us tonight. Josh Morris, I see Emmanuel Tia. Thank you for being on. Jurassic we appreciate you. I see Daniel Conning here tonight. Thank you, Philip Bala. We appreciate you as well. Masayan Dober, thank you for joining us tonight. Marjani's son, we appreciate you. Samuel Sakama, thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate you as well for being on. Thank you, Jefferson Coleman. We appreciate you for being on tonight. Oscar, that's you, Oscar Blasu. Thank you for joining us as well. Diamond, we appreciate it. John T. Wayan, thank you for being here with us as well. Thanks to all of you for watching Spoon Talk. I see Jefferson. Yes, Jefferson Coleman. I recognize you already. Thank you for being on. My dear sister Lavette Bondo, thank you for being on as well. Christopher Wesley, thank you. And yes, we look forward to being here tomorrow. Until then, my name is Nelson Colette. Have a good night. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. They will come back. Bye-bye for now.
Yes, I, special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, the South on the beat. To get your information.